All right, everyone. I'm going to open this Bristol Town Council meeting of September 30th. I'm going to take my computer, turn it towards our flag here at Town Hall, and ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. Welcome to all. Mr. Clerk, actually, I'm going to just wish all of our residents and anyone watching that isn't a resident, this council and the town hopes that you are doing well in this trying and troubling times, and everyone is healthy and safe, and your family is healthy and safe. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council. The first item on this evening's agenda is the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, it's Tim. Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I heard a motion from Tim to approve, seconded by Tony. Is there any discussion? Tim? Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron? I saw you say aye, Aaron. I didn't hear you.
Aye.
And I also say aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
The next item is the submission of minutes of previous meetings, item A1.
Mr. Chairman, it's Tim. Motion to approve the previous minutes.
Second.
Motion made by Tim, seconded by Tony to approve the minutes. Any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries.
The next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is item C1. This is the first reading of ordinance 2020-06, and this is to codify that there would be parking prohibited all times on the south side of Lincoln Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, Tony, I make a motion that we approve the first reading.
It's Tim. It's second.
Motion made by Tony to approve, seconded by Tim. And as the clerk rightly pointed out, to codify, there were signs there already, but the ordinance didn't most closely coincide with sign placement. So this adjustment will make that happen. So, all right. So we have a motion and a second for first reading. Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries.
The next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is ordinance 2020-07, and this is to create a residential parking zone on Burnside Street. Included in your packet as a late item is information from the police department which expands upon item 2A.
So as already mentioned, as past practice, this is first reading. So we don't have discussion on first reading. That way people understand when discussion happens. It's only at the second reading. I know that I've received some correspondence. I know my colleagues have too, about some concerns here. We will certainly address those and give the public the opportunity to weigh in on concerns or support either way, as we normally would at the second reading. What's the council's pleasure?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Make a motion to approve the first reading for adoption.
Second.
There's a motion made by Tim to approve, seconded by Mary. Is there any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries.
The next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is item C3, which makes certain minor amendments and a rearrangement of the industrial user permit schedule for the water pollution control facility. This also is the first reading.
What's this council's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the first reading for adoption.
Tony, second.
Motion made by Tim to approve first reading, seconded by Tony. Any discussion?
Tony's coming in a little louder now. Good job, Tony.
Thank you.
Volume's going up. That's good.
Don't like any video though.
It's a more forceful second, so we're fine. So, any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries.
The next item, Mr. Chairman, members of the Town Council, is the petition of Justin Welch for Sip Sip Hooray, 576 Metacom Avenue. The petitioner is requesting a vittling license. This is a new owner for an existing business. You have recommendation provided by the Town Administrator and Chief of Police, and also a late item recommendation provided by the Fire Chief and the Town Administrator.
Mr. Chairman, based on all the positive recommendations, I make a motion to grant the vittling license to Justin Welch.
Tony, second.
There's a motion made by Tim to approve, seconded by Tony. Is the applicant, Justin Welch, on the call? Chris Vitale, I'm going to lean on you on that one, if I may.
I do see his name on the list, Mr. Chairman.
You do?
Yes.
Excellent. Chris, could you give him the possibility, please? We can unmute, as this council has in the past. I'd love to give Justin a opportunity for a 30-second commercial.
Certainly. Let me. Here we go.
I see him now.
Hello.
Justin, thank you. Could you please state your full name and address for the record? And this is your opportunity to share with the people that are on this call and people of Bristol about your new business.
My name is Justin Welch. I am a resident of Newport, 10 Madeline Drive, Newport, Rhode Island. I am a new owner purchasing from a previous owner. And as a new LLC, I'm just requesting permission from the town of Bristol to do business.
It's absolutely to the point. Thank you, Justin. Any other discussion from the council?
Good luck, Justin.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to look for a vote here. Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. This council says congratulations, Justin.
Thank you very much, guys.
The next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is item F1, and this is the petition of Barbara English, who expresses certain concerns regarding the noise ordinance. You have a late item report that's included in your late item materials tonight from the police department.
Is the applicant on the call, or I should say the petitioner on the call?
I also see her name on the list, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome. If you could please state your full name and address for the record.
Barbara English, 614 Wood Street.
Thank you, Barbara. That last part's also important. Thank you. Could you share why you are petitioning the council? We have it in front of us, but if you could just share an overview of what the I know it's a concern.
Every day we deal with motorcycles zooming up the road. They actually shake dishes. That's how bad it is. They have no regard for the noise. There is no peaceful weekends here. It's constantly up and down motorcycles zooming around. And, you know, the police have tried to be accommodating, but there's got to be something that can be done because it's ungodly. You don't have a peaceful home. It's horrible. They disturb the peace of everybody living here. And half of them shouldn't be driving a car, much less a motorcycle. You know, they're old. I just think that it's inconsiderate. They're being bad neighbors, and I don't know what the answer is. I found a report that where it came before the town council in 2007. That's 13 years ago. Nothing's been fixed. So I don't know what the answer is. I suggested to the police maybe speed bumps, but then he said they'd be accelerating once they got over the speed bumps. So it might be twice as bad. I don't know. But on top of the noise, they speed.
So, Barbara, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach, the chief is on the call with us. I can see him. Hi, Chief. Chief, I'm going to ask for your input here and also some suggestions on next steps, if I may.
Yes, when we received Mrs. English's complaint, in concert with many other concerns when the Silver Creek Bridge was closed, obviously state detoured traffic into the residential sections in the area of Mrs. English's home. But reading further with her petition and listening to her, this has been a lingering issue for her and some of the neighbors. But I think it's been exacerbated with the recent closing of the bridge and the increase in traffic that's gone through the neighborhood. So early on in the season, I had received some complaints and also from members of the council to address some of the excessive noise complaints relative to the motorcycles. Some of you familiar with the loud exhaust that some people modify from traditional or stock equipment from the manufacturer on the motorcycles, which it can be noisy at times. So we immediately put the message boards up. They were around town. We tried to move them all. They were up all season. And a lot of the officers being new still here, my first summer season, added that it did seem to be a quieter season with the messaging. The officers were doing traffic posts on the town line. A lot of the motorcycles like to come down Hope Street, go into Colt Park, or go down further into Independence area. And we really tried to curb that behavior with warnings, 5-day tags to have the mufflers restrained. But to specifically address Mrs. English's concerns and the concerns around the Silver Creek Bridge, we did have 16 separate days of traffic posts. We stopped 32 vehicles. We issued 17 warnings and 15 violations to address the situation. We first started with an education campaign, and then we went out and did an enforcement campaign. But as you all know, the bridge has opened up, so I'm hoping that some of that traffic will be alleviated and those noise concerns as the weather gets a little bit cooler. But we certainly, I just received notification last night from the Rhode Island Department of Transportation, the Office of Highway Safety, that I applied for a grant to do speed enforcement, pedestrian traffic, noise, DUI enforcement. And it also came with $16,000 to buy a state-of-the-art message board. The ones that we have now are over a decade old, and you'll be seeing new equipment deployed out into the town very soon with funding. Won't be coming from, Bristol exact residents, but taxpayers, but we're all taxpayers with the grant money. But we do have a substantial grant to come in and to do the education, the enforcement, and the messaging throughout the town. And we will continue to work with Mrs. English. I do agree with Lieutenant Wozney's submission, a conversation with her, that the speed bumps in the roadway, what happens is people slow up to them, they get aggravated, they come over the speed bump, and then they push down on the accelerator to get back up to the speed limit. And it does create more peeling out situations, more noise, more excessive. When you accelerate, you get some noise. And Lieutenant Wozney did include in his late publications and conversations with me that the increased traffic when you're coming up Bayview, a lot of the motorcycles and the cars have to accelerate, and there's a lot of commercial vehicles and landscape vehicles in the area, and some of that is adding, to the excess of noise, the design, the incline of the road. So I promise her we will work diligently on her concern with all of the new tools that we have in place, and we will be, ever vigilant to try to assist in this situation.
Chief, I am interested, and certainly my colleagues weigh in, but it would seem appropriate to refer this to you. What's a reasonable time frame to look at this again? Have it come in front of the council for an update and hopefully an improvement, or if there's actions that the council needs to make those suggestions. What's a reasonable timeline?
We're continuing with our education and enforcement in the area. So, if you want to go another 3 months, and we can look at, whether or not the traffic pattern and the traffic calming that now is going to go on with the bridge being open, and the tools will continue with education and enforcement, and hopefully that her neighbors and the people in the area will be able to do a better job of making that, more of a calming a type area. So 12 weeks, 10 to 12 weeks, so that we can do a full robust campaign and continue with that.
It would also seem that this is just by design of the weather changing, we should see less motorcycles. That's not us enforcing or not enforcing anything. It's just too cold to be out there and at least enforce. So you're suggesting 12 weeks would be a reasonable time to review?
Yes, and I'll issue, a notification from my office to the patrol supervisors to assign. We have a sergeant that assigns the traffic post based on that grant money that I talked about. I just want to correct myself. We received a $52,000 grant from the Office of Highway Safety through the Department of Transportation. I just wanted to have the record reflect.
You are more than welcome to make mistakes like that. We're absolutely fine with increasing that number at any point. So, all right. So I've heard from the chief is telling us, and certainly I'm going to open it up to, of course, to all of us, 12 weeks out, and that we can, and in that 12 weeks, it won't just be reporting back. There'll be efforts to calm traffic and would you call more focus in the area? Is that a fair way of saying that, Chief?
Yes, and we'll also look at signage in the area, and I'll partner up with the interim DPW director if additional signage is needed in the area to work at the current quandary.
So, Mary, you had your hand up.
Yes, I just had a quick comment, and that is, I believe I read in the late items, Chief, that you were going to make sure that this was reviewed again early in the spring as the motorcycles got back out there, and also to look at some signage. And I think that's an important point to reiterate, because it is calming down at this time of year. Maybe there's depends on how the weather is for October, November, but we'll eventually get quieter, and then, May, it will get to be really downtown. May, June gets really loud again. So as long as you can do that, so I do appreciate you referencing that in your late item. I didn't print it all out to have it, but I do remember reading it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Anyone else?
I just think the plan to go for more traffic trailers, looking at additional signage, and the reopening of Silver Creek. I'm hopeful that this will, alleviate the situation for Barbara English and the residents around her. But,
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue, if you'd like, 12 weeks out. Continue this item.
Thank you. And I don't know if Aaron wants to second that because he was speaking.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I will second that. And discussion.
Did you go ahead? Discussion.
Okay. No, I just wanted to thank the chief for his attention to this matter. I lived on Hope Street for a while with a newborn, and certainly some of those same issues are affecting that Hope Street area, and we can probably suspect that they'll kind of crop up in that area again with the Silver Creek Bridge open. Coincidentally, I was talking to another friend. I've moved away from Hope Street since then, but I spoke to another friend who just moved into a Hope Street apartment, and she has a newborn, and she says literally the motorcycle noise will wake up her newborn. So to keep all our new mamas happy, it'd be great to continue to look at the enforcement in that area too. Thank you.
And one other item, Mr. Chairman, is we're also going to try to work with the Department of Transportation and to get some signage on the town line. We'll ask the Department of Transportation.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing background noise. I apologize, Chief.
I think Tony is unmuted.
I'm going to mute Tony. All right, go ahead, Chief.
So we're going to look at the town line to put up some signage to, give the motorcyclists a little bit of warning as they come down, Hope Street. So as they come on the town line, they'll see that we have an ordinance that's strictly enforced. We did have the message boards out, but I switched them over with school opening to send out a different message. So that's why the messages have changed, with the enforcement on the noise ordinance.
Okay. So I've heard 12-week review, and then, of course, a springtime review, and then action taken in the meantime to help I don't know, quell, if that's a good word for this. So hopefully some, most, or all of the excessive noise there. And Barbara, I know that you're still on the call and unmuted. Does that sound like a reasonable response?
Yeah, I do want to comment on the police department. That Lieutenant Roman Wojcicki has been just fabulous. He's constantly been in touch with me to see if it improved. And I just think they really did a good job of following up and doing the best they could to try and stop it. It's just, apparently it's an ongoing problem, and it's not just on Bayview and Wood Street. It seems to be throughout the town. But I do appreciate the police response.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, so we had a motion and a second to refer to the chief with a 12-week follow-up. Is there any other discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary? I see Mary with aye. Tony? Tony? I'm going to come back to there's Tony. Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. I am as excited as all of you to be able to have a meeting all together again. So whether it's 6 feet apart or 16 feet apart, oh my goodness. So, Mr. Clerk.
The next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is item F2, and this is the petition of Agnes and Richard Marshall, 204 State Street, request council consideration for accessible parking space nearby their residence. This is the first reading.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the first reading for adoption.
Tony, second.
There's a motion that this constitutes first readings by Tim, seconded by Tony. Any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is the petition of Robert Hancock, 11 Juniper Court, regarding the creation of a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee.
Okay. Is Mr. Hancock on the call? Yes, I see him right there. So, Mr. Hancock, if you could state your full name and address for the record, and then share a bit to this council on what's being proposed. Thank you.
Okay.
And welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the council. My name is Rob Hancock. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I live at 11 Juniper Court here in Bristol. I am the petitioner requesting the creation of this committee, but I am representing a group of residents that have worked to create a mission statement and an idea and to help put this petition forward. And I want to recognize their incredible hard work, their thoughtfulness. It includes Renee Soto, Roberto Felipe, Bradley Wester, Aradna Mehta, Silhadan Sepp, Amanda Enos, and Melissa Donahue. Together as residents, we worked on creating a mission statement for the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which I'll now read now, is our proposed statement. The Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion shall serve as an advisory group seeking to ensure that Bristol is a welcoming and inclusive community, especially for those who experience discrimination or marginalization due to their race, ethnicity, national origin, gender identity, disability, age, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. The goal of the committee is to create and provide recommendations for inclusive and equitable policies to the town of Bristol, and to support and celebrate a multicultural community through education, collaborative initiatives, and outreach. The committee will consist of a chair and vice chair, who will assemble a committee of town residents from diverse backgrounds and committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I know it can be hard for some to imagine that discrimination and marginalization can exist in our town, or that there may be some who don't feel that they are welcome or that they belong here. I know that it's hard for me to imagine that. But then again, I am a straight cisgender, white male. I'm 6'4", 220 pounds. I was a college athlete. I have not faced discrimination or marginalization in this town due to my race, ethnicity, national origin, gender identity, disability, age, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. That is not my lived experience. But I have listened. I've listened to friends, I've listened to colleagues, I've listened to students who have faced that type of discrimination and marginalization and who don't feel welcome in our town. I know of Black residents in our town who don't feel as if they belong here and they're welcome in our community. I've heard from immigrants that have faced discrimination and bias and bullying. I know of women that have faced harassment online and in the community. And I want to stand with these residents and say, that's not the Bristol we want to be. I also know that diversity can be a strength. Companies know this. They know that diverse groups make better decisions and create better products. That's why many companies, Fortune 500 and local companies, have focused on increasing diversity and increasing inclusion initiatives within their organizations. Educators know this. They know that inclusive and integrated schools and classrooms provide the best education for all students. And towns know this. There are towns across New England that have undertaken this exact type of initiative, creating committees on inclusion, creating committees on diversity and equity. This includes Brookline, Massachusetts, Danvers, Massachusetts, and some here in Rhode Island, the city of Cranston, for example. And I would also suggest that all of you know this as well, because you heard from our residents back in June when we talked about raising the Black Lives Matter flag and the pain and the challenges that many in our community felt. Creating this committee would be an opportunity to have a solution-oriented and proactive way to create a path forward for how Bristol can ensure that we're welcoming and inclusive, and that we can embrace our diversity in a way that benefits all who live, work, learn, and visit here. As stated in the mission, the committee would have two goals. One, to create recommendations on policies and best practices for the town council, for town committees, for town staff, and to also support and celebrate a multicultural community through outreach, education, events, and community initiatives. To provide a few examples in terms of best policies and practices, as several of the other similar committees have focused on, is how to make sure that we are being equitable and accessible within our employment strategies and our hiring and onboarding and retention of staff. There's a lot of things that a town can do and a community can do to ensure that we have a very talented and diverse pool of candidates for all of the openings that we have. There's strategies that can be welcoming and can be inclusive, and then we can be sure that we are able to pick the best candidate for the job from a really robust field of talented candidates. There's also the opportunity to think about how we are in terms of a place to live. For example, we know that people can face marginalization based on their socioeconomic status, that they may not be able to afford to live in our town. And the reasons why could be complex. It might have to do with housing availability, it might have to do with transit, employment, it might have to do with taxes, it might have to do with other challenges. This committee can help to research and understand what in our community we can do to make sure that we're welcoming to all, including those who may be facing poverty or dealing with lower socioeconomic status. So those are some of the few things that we could work on as a committee on behalf of the town, on behalf of the council, and to figure out what are some of the best practices that work elsewhere, and what are some of the things that we can do here. And we can do it in partnership with other committees in town, other organizations in town. The university can be a partner. I know they're in support of this and have offered some support from their faculty, staff, and students to help understand as they've provided support for many initiatives here in our community. The second goal would be to support and celebrate a multicultural community. And this can be through events, educational opportunities, and other initiatives that will recognize our history, recognize our present, and create a vision for the future. We have several other committees in town that also create events and run opportunities throughout the year, like our Christmas Festival Committee and, of course, our 4th of July Committee. This would be the same opportunity for us to do it in a way that really supports a diverse and multicultural community and can really set our town apart from many others in our region. Above all, this committee can be a resource for the town and for the town council. Since this showed up on the agenda, I have heard from dozens of residents who don't just support the idea, but want to help. These are residents that already sit on boards and commissions in town. They are on work with nonprofits or volunteer with civic organizations in the community, and they are ready to get to work. So I ask you to approve this petition and approve the creation of this committee and put us to work. Let us help make sure that our community is welcoming and belonging to all. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'm going to open up to my colleagues for their thoughts and questions.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and start. And I wanted to first say that I have also heard from dozens of residents that are in support of this advisory committee. The conversation in our country right now regarding racism, bigotry, and hatred is really intense. I think we all feel it. That intensity sort of came home here to Bristol around the Black Lives Matter flag. I think the first responders flag discussion, it came out more. And one thing that resonated with me was that Bristol embraces and treasures diversity. And we have some hard work to do. I know a lot of my colleagues, you guys echoed that in these discussions, that we have some hard work to do. And I just want to say I'm fully in support of creating this committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think the goal is clear. It creates and provides recommendations for inclusive and equitable policies that can resonate throughout. And I know there's a lot of other communities that are also creating these types of groups. So I think it's important that we send a positive message that we're open and we're welcoming to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Chairman.
Aaron.
Line. Am I good?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just kind of want to echo what my colleague, Councilman Sweeney, had said. And, I want to first start off by thanking the petitioner for bringing this to our attention. I fully support it because over the past few months, I think we've experienced an awakening that has caused many of us to look around to celebrate the diversity of all of the backgrounds of the people who make up our community. We celebrate that, but I've also listened in horror to personal stories told by neighbors of diverse backgrounds that suggest to me that our work is not yet done, and that's why I support this committee. And so I support it for a couple of reasons. The first is that I think it'll send a powerful signal that we are welcome and inclusive. I mean, this could be good for businesses who are trying to find a place to relocate. This could be that type of issue that causes them to say, maybe Bristol is our community versus somebody else. I think certainly it'll signal to visitors that our community is a welcoming place to visit for tourism and things like that. But I think also most importantly, I think about the signal that this will send to some of the kids and or the families in our communities, in our community, who think they're just a little bit different. So think about that a little bit. Lastly, our council often looks to other commissions and boards for advice. So today, in fact, we'll hear from the Conservation Commission. I've seen information this week in our consent agenda from the Bristol Prevention Coalition. Not long after this, we will be acting on a slate of 33 members of the Christmas Festival Committee. So for members of our council, I think that this will be a good place to turn when we need to have that research done about these types of things if we have any blind spots about these types of issues. And look, this is something that's happening across the country. It's not a radical idea or anything like that. It's really about celebrating our diverse backgrounds and affirming the dignity of all of us. And so that's why I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary.
Yeah, I have, I just had a few questions about it, because here's what it's very not clear to me, and it doesn't seem like it's, at least on paper, formulated in correctly, formatted correctly, because and my two colleagues have talked about the, of course my air conditioner would go off right now because I want to speak, but would go talking about having a committee and, liking it. This is not really like the 4th of July or the Christmas Festival Committee, because they're not really involved with policy. They're there as doing an event or two, or a series of events around a particular date. And where I'm kind of missing, where I think this isn't fleshed out enough, if you will, is exactly what kind of committee are you asking for? What are you asking the council to do? We create a committee. Are you asking for a resolution that we create this and that we support it? Are you asking, because you can meet right now as you already did, and you said the committee will consist of a chair and a vice chair who assemble a committee of town residents. But if it's an official committee of the town, then that is the town council's purview to appoint the members. So I'm kind of lost in it, what exactly, how you see this being developed, what you see the actual role of it in. So when you say create policy, and I read all of the letters that people sent to me, I hope I didn't miss any. And some people, one person I think stated that the committee will tell you what you're doing wrong and how to fix it. But how do we know that they're going to be investigating all the best practices? So I'm kind of would like some more explanation. I just don't feel that this proposal at this point in time is done. I feel like it needs to be fleshed out a little bit. What kind of committee are you asking for? What roles do you want to see that committee participate? Under what circumstances? To what level of policy? And I'm surprised that some of my colleagues actually who teach this sort of stuff, that they would actually, I'm pretty sure that if this came as a project from a student, they would ask them to go back to the drawing board for some more information. I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. I'm just saying I don't feel like it's clear what you're asking for. So certain of our committees have statutory, state statute involvement where the town has to be pretty hands-off according to state law. Others have, their ad hoc committees that, okay, take a look at our information and why don't you go through our ordinances and take a look at if it's, gender neutral, that there's nothing, really red flag in there that we don't mean to be, maybe something from, many years ago. I don't think there are too many of those still floating around. Two, are you asking for approval on every single thing before a council makes a decision, which is very difficult in hamstrings government. So I'm not sure exactly what you're asking for, and that is my concern. And in some of the letters, because a lot of them were the same letter, but in some of them, people had very different views of what this was going to do. And if the people who support it aren't all in agreement, how are you going to be able to convey exactly what it is you want? And that's where I'm kind of running into stumbling block right at the moment.
So Mary, would you, if I may, and I'm sure that Mr. Hancock can respond, but what would you propose as for next steps for clarity?
Well, I'd like to have their response, but I think it needs to come back with those questions answered, because I feel like it's sort of being portrayed as this sort of, hey, feel good, everybody's going to be happy with this committee, but yet it's a committee that you're asking the town to approve or support, but yet you're saying you're going to appoint the members. So those things are not always consistent with how things are done. So I just think that you kind of have to kind of go back and look at what it is you actually want and what you're actually requesting, and spell it out a little more clearly, because any of these processes that we go through, we have to send it to our solicitor. That's usually the format of something, and then make sure that we are clear on what it is that we're doing. And right now, I don't feel that we're clear. Like, if we said yes tonight, what are we appointing people to? A committee to look at, but in how much, like, what is their parameters? And I don't think that's an unfair question. I think it needs to be fleshed out a little more.
Mr. Solicitor, wait one moment, please, Tim.
Actually, as I'm listening to all of this, as you're aware, I'm also solicitor in other towns, and these diversity committees are coming up elsewhere. So my office has been working with these groups to do many of the things that Mary is pointing out in terms of clarification, et cetera, best practices, really sharpen and focus for the needs of the town of Bristol, where we need to direct this type of energy. My thought is that I'd love the opportunity during my office hours, I'm there every other week, to sit down with Mr. Hancock, be able to, as Mary would say, I guess, flesh out some of this stuff. And then I'll be able to bring to that conversation some of the best practices and some of the things that we found in other communities right here in East Bay, so that when we set it up, if we're going to start, let's do it right from the beginning. To make sure there's all that clarity right from the beginning, so that once, if the committee set up, people will know what direction to go into, et cetera. So that might be, a suggestion to let me have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Hancock. I'll get his information through the clerk's office, and we'll set up an appointment during office hours. And then after we work through all that, come back to the council. Just a thought.
So it was Mary's question. So I think, Mr. Hancock, if you could respond to Mary's questions, and then I'm going to open it back up to other council people. I don't know if anyone else, I know Aaron and Tim have shared their thoughts. I wanted to give Tony an opportunity to do so. But first, Mr. Hancock, if you could respond to Mary's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councilwoman Perella. What we put forth was a vision and a goal about how we believe this committee can help support the town. In terms of the specifics of the committee, in terms of how it's structured and how the members are named, there is opportunities for clarity and definition there. And part of that is because the council needs to have a voice in this. And they need to determine what is going to work best for the town and what is going to work best for the town staff and the town administration, and how best we can serve the community. The proposal is not suggesting in any way that this committee would have some type of approval authority over actions of the town. As it mentions clearly in the statement, it's intended to be an advisory group, intended to create recommendations and support the work of the town and of the council in being welcoming and inclusive. That's a complicated and challenging work that's ahead of us. And I think that's why this committee can be really beneficial. In terms of the composition of the committee, certainly determining whether the members are named by the council, or as in the case of, I believe Councilmember Lay mentioned that some committees present a slate, like the festival committee, and then they're approved and they move forward. Whatever the process is determined, I think is again part of what is intended here for this proposal. And so those are some of the thoughts that I think moving forward. And I think it would be great to work with the town solicitor and to also understand how other towns are setting up their structure. And I think it would be a great step forward for the town to say, yes, let's do this, and let's work with the solicitor on determining exactly the details of the committee and how it's structured, and to be able to create it that way. And remember, these recommendations are recommendations. The council, the town, staff, they can choose to put these into action, or they can determine that they need more work, or that it's not the right recommendation at this moment. But like other committees and commissions that do provide recommendations, I think that would be an important function of the town. And the other component, as we mentioned, like the 4th of July Committee and Festival Committee and others, there is a great opportunity for us to create those educational outreach opportunities that really celebrate our diversity. And being an official town committee gives that statement that says this is important in our town and is valuable in our town, and we are going to celebrate having a multicultural community. I hope I've answered your questions, Councilwoman, but I'd be happy to clarify more if it would be helpful.
Well, I think that it is. I think that your comment about let's go like I would not want to vote on something to establish a committee that I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'd rather see it come back fleshed out with what it's going to look like before making a determination. I think that is like fair enough to do. But I also think that even if you look at our own committees and you see these different types and formats, you have to look at because I think Mike, you just said this, that I don't think we want to keep coming back to the drawing board. Like, we want to have something that if we're going to do it, it's going to be permanent, so to speak, that it's going to be the right thing. We're not going to say, oh, well, we want to bump it up to this, because the flag discussion was all about having people feel welcome. This is about having people feel welcome, inclusive. Like, let's just get to what it is that we all want to get to, so that we can accomplish the goals and not keep coming back with new approaches. And how we, so that's what I'm thinking. As far as the diversity, I mean, it reminds me a little bit of what did the state used to call them? I mean, they used to have all the different ethnic groups that they had. They'd have a big festival on the State House lawn in the past. I mean, one of the things that, and maybe, I don't know, maybe you've never been to any of them, but, what I miss most this summer is the various cultural events that are put on by the various ethnic groups in Bristol, the Italian population, the Portuguese events. I mean, there was a small version of each of those, very small version this year, just one of the Portuguese celebrations just this past weekend. And I think when those of us who are in government, we go to a lot of these cultural events that different organization, whether it's Bristol Sports Club, whatever, that is celebrating the heritage of people from the Azores or people from Italy, and that is a large part of our population. I know you're looking for different other diverse groups, but I'm just giving these as examples, that when we're there speaking to those people, if you're speaking to them as the chairman of the council or as a legislator, you literally say, it is so wonderful to be here, because this is what makes Bristol great, is all this cultural diversity and people celebrating it through the different activities that they have. So if people have not gone, this is a very bad year to be doing that. But if people have not gone to any of these events, I mean, there's 3 or 4 of them that the St. Elizabeth's has, the different organizations there, Mount Carmel, 16th of July, where they bring their the Italian or the Portuguese music. So that's a big part of what we all do. And would we love to do other events just to expose people to other cultures? Of course. I mean, it's great. It's great fun, and it's very interesting. And we can always do that. So I don't have an issue with that, but I just don't want you to not realize that a lot of this goes on in town already, and it's going on with lots of groups that are their own groups, and they want to educate people about their culture and their immigration story and so forth. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. But I don't think just presenting the idea and not having more detail is basically fair to the council. I think because I think that there's more that you want to see, whatever you want to see accomplished, I think it needs to be laid out there. So maybe Mike's suggestion of he and you or a couple of you guys in working together from your committee that I guess you'd call it ad hoc, the people that got together to get this far, maybe meet and start to flesh this out a little bit, and maybe look at what other communities in Rhode Island are doing. Like you mentioned, Cranston. I don't know what they've done. I'd like to read more about that one. or Brookline, but I know there's other communities right here in, Mike represents 3 or 4 different towns, and your law office represents multiple communities. So I think that would be beneficial to kind of look at that. So at least there's some consistency across the board. That's just those are my thoughts for the event, around the topic.
Tony?
Mr. Chairman? Yes. May I? Well, a couple points have already been stated, and one is that if this committee, if in fact is to go forward, and if it's going to be an advisory committee, any advisory committee that we've appointed, we've actually interviewed all the members of each of the committee, and then they amongst themselves selected the chair and vice chair. That's been always very clear. The other piece is to consider, as discussion continues, is I'm hearing that they want to go across all of the board, across and work with other boards and commissions and so forth. I'm a little apprehensive about that. And what is the parameters for that? Because we don't have any other board or commission in town that reaches out to every other board or commission in town. So I have some concerns with that as well, because what does that entail? What is the impact? And, how much, latitude are we going to give or allow for that to happen? After all, we are the council, and we're elected by approximately 15,000 registered voters in the town of Bristol to represent the 23,000 residents in the town of Bristol, to represent every one of those 23. One of the things, when we're reading about to ensure that Bristol is a welcoming and inclusive community, I would say, let's look over. I don't know how many years the folks that fought the petition have lived in the community. I've lived here for 50 years. I was an immigrant, arrived here in 1970. And prior to me, we've had other waves of immigrants come into this town. The Irish, the Italians, the Portuguese, and obviously now we have a mix, and they certainly very welcome. I feel very welcome. My family did, and I have quite a few siblings, and I understand, not everyone has that same feeling and freedom. The other thing is the housing market. When you're saying, being welcoming, most recently, 2 of my daughters have been in the market to purchase a house. Well, let me tell you, they don't stay in the market for long. That says something about our community. Are we welcoming? I would think so, because most of the houses that we looked at have been sold within a week's time. So the other thing is even the makeup. Let's look at the makeup of our town council. What we represent. Let's look across the board, all of us. We have 5 of us, and 5 of us come from different backgrounds, different areas. We certainly. So, and Mary already touched up on the multicultural events. Now, does that mean that we're good, that we don't? There is always room for improvement. I agree 100%, that there is always room for improvement. But this I was a little taken back by all the statements here, because as a whole, and based on the things that I stated, I'm not seeing that. And furthermore, I would ask the question of all my colleagues in the council, have we had any issue? Some of you have been on for about 8 years.
Tony, we lost you there just for a second. You asked the question. Could you restate it? It was difficult to hear you.
Certainly. I would ask the question of our council, of my colleagues in the council, how many issues have we dealt with in the years that we've been in the council that have come before us that we had to deal with related to any of these these matters that are covered here, these areas? I don't think we've had any. So, but that being said, that doesn't mean we dismiss the rest, not at all. Okay. But certainly, just going back, I would advise we would be cautious, and certainly we need to do further work on this before I would consider it.
Thank you. I haven't had a moment to speak, so I'm going to take that now. I think some great points were made. I'm not aware of anyone who doesn't want to be welcoming and inclusionary. So, Mr. Solicitor, your hand is up. I just wanted to make sure that was from earlier. Okay, that was from earlier. Thank you, sir. So again, I don't know of anyone who does not want to be inclusionary. There were some, as all of us, some correspondence through email and telephone calls to us asking, showing extreme support. And we've also received a lot of correspondence not supporting it. And that correspondence, again, I include them in that, is that no one was saying, I'm not interested in being inclusionary. But I do say thank you to, and I'm sure all of you too, for the trust that those correspondents gave to this council, saying that we've made some great decisions. We continue to make great decisions. And that doesn't mean that there isn't room for improvement. Let me be really clear. I think when you think you've hit the top, then it's time to review everything, right? So it's really important that we look at this. But I have faith in all of you. I also know that we have been inclusionary in the sense of listening to the public, and we will continue to do that. And regardless of what steps this council makes, and it would seem like the next one is to refer it to the solicitor to have more discussion, and the applicant, the petitioner, was voiced agreement there. So that would seem like our next step. So I would ask from this council if there's a motion to that effect.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we support the spirit of this committee, and we'd like to refer it off to the town solicitor for some recommendations. And once Rob and the solicitor work together, they can come back to us, and we'll take another look at it.
Tony, second.
Okay, so
Tony,
there's a motion.
second.
Thank you, Tony. There's a motion made by Tim, seconded by Tony, to refer to the solicitor. You heard the rest of the motion. Discussion portion of it, I know we have some hand raised, and I said inclusionary. So this is not a public hearing. And just by the way, I point that out, and Mr. Administrator, I see you, just give me a moment. I point that out not for any other reason that it's important that we make an over-the-top effort to include public comment. That's really important. So I'm going to ask the administrator for his thoughts, and then I am going to open it up to the public. I'm going to call through is the way that hands are raised here, and I will go through that protocol just in a moment, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you. And thank you, Rob Hancock, for your engagement. I just have to state what my concerns are. And first off, I just hope that this doesn't create divisiveness that we don't typically see. And the reason why I say that, I think I can speak for our town departments, which I think all of us here are very proud of. We have a state-approved affirmative action plan. Our highest paid town employee is a female. We have various orientations that are town employees. Our police department has just finished a very well thought out diversity plan. I think the police department is very well regarded, and quite frankly, I don't think they get the appreciation that is well deserved, that they do the work of protecting all of us, even those that don't agree in law and order. They will respond when needed. So I just hope that we really identify what the issues are here in Bristol, and we're not looking for issues that aren't here. Surely there's always room for improvement. We want to make our town departments the best they are, but I just hope that this is not another springtime in Bristol where divisiveness is looked for. I say that as somebody that cares deeply about all of our residents, and I'll say it as a son of an immigrant that came here with no money. So I am proud of the town of Bristol, and I'm sure most of you also are. And I just hope that this doesn't become a divisive board that is seeking input that myself and the town departments look for within the 5 elected people. So that's my concern with the board. I hope that it's well intended, but often government gets very bureaucratic, bogged down when there's confusion as to who the department heads answer to. And that is the administrator and the 5 elected town council members, which report to the electorate. So that's my concern. But once this is set up, if it's set up, I would like to know, and for the record, I would like to know where the town of Bristol is going wrong with our departments, because if we are, we'd like to correct it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator, and I'm going to, Mary, I know you had your hand up. I want to take a moment to echo the support of the police department. Chief, you're here, and not only you, but the men and women of the police department. And I know that all of us do. I know that that's a challenging job, and the people of Bristol support it. So, Mary, did you want to add before I opened it up to the public? I can't hear you.
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to make a quick point that I hope that people, first of all, in Tim's motion, I just think it's important to make it clear that this, I'm not sure the spirit, I want to know what this committee is going to be. So if you take it that way, it doesn't mean it's going to definitely happen. I want people to be clear about that, because your words were that you would do the spirit of it and then send it to the solicitor. If it comes back that it's really something extremely, like every single thing must go through this committee, then that's not something I would support. So that's number one. And the other is that I think that, the police and other things that we've been doing, I feel badly if there has been issues there. I'm sure there are issues. Like, no place is perfect. People aren't perfect. People have good days, bad days. They say things they should not say. That can happen in your family, in your work environment, in town government, anywhere. But what I find is that in the letters, the language of these inequities, I think one person changed the word to perceived inequities, but it was like the inequities that have been sort of brought out. And I would say, do I doubt that I'm sure that people do feel their feelings are valid, and I'm sure people feel that there have been issues with the town. But what I'm concerned about is that they have never been brought to the authority, like to the town council or the town administrator, to resolve. As an example, if there was a situation with police, I'm not saying that there are, but let's just say, and that was not resolved satisfactorily with the police department or with any department, and people thought it was, racially motivated, whatever the case may be, then I would expect that parent, that person, that citizen would go to the administrator and try to get a resolution and make sure that they're aware, because we don't know every detail that goes on. We all have regular jobs in our real lives as well. And if there was still no satisfaction, that those issues would be brought to the town council to solve. And I don't remember those issues ever coming before the council. And I don't think they've been before the last couple of administrators either. And so I think that is an important piece of this whole thing. Like, if there are issues, people need to bring them forward to us so that we can fix them, and we can make sure that we adjust whatever is going wrong, to make sure, because everybody, our town departments, we all take great pride in our community. And, by all outside metrics, we have a great community, probably one of the best in Rhode Island in terms of financially, in terms of events, of places that you want to live and work and settle and come and visit. There's all kinds of stuff out there about Bristol. So I just want to make sure people understand that, none of us are mind readers. Like, if there are issues, you need to tell us so that we can solve those problems, and before they get too far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Tim.
Just wanted to comment, Chairman Perla, I agree with you, and I think this committee is not trying to be, when I was talking to Rob Hancock about being a bottleneck or to slow down government in any way. I think, if anything, they want to promote communication between the communities and provide that safe spot where somebody can go to talk to the administrator about something, or they can talk to the town council and then reduce any sort of racism or bigotry that may possibly occur, and promote the values of diversity and inclusion. I mean, our police department does a fantastic job about already taking those steps. I think this committee, what they want to do is just look and just bring to us different opportunities, and to move further. And I think that's where the solicitor is coming in to really sort of, put some recommendations around that. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. So I am going to open it up to the public. And Chief, I was going to open up to the public. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, perhaps I could answer some questions for the public. And I was looking for the appropriate time to do a press release and to educate the counselor on some of the directions and mandates that I received from my boss, the town administrator, who asked me to make certain that my administration was working diligently on issues around racial profiling, bias-based policing, inclusion, all of some of the issues and the tenets probably of the program that is being requested tonight. So I just wanted to give you an update, and I know you all have heard throughout the campaign trail that Bristol Police Department was flagged for the DOT traffic stop study that was done in 2018. First, I don't shy away from the fact that I stand behind the men and women and the work product of the officers of the Bristol Police Department. I wasn't the chief at the time, but I have to support the work product of my predecessor, who was the chief at the time. The Bristol Police Department did exemplary work in 2018, and I stand behind all of their efforts. A couple of important notes that when you have to really drill down and read into the study is the study concluded that 60% of the people that were stopped in the town of Bristol were not Bristolians. They were not residents. They were people that were coming in to visit our public beaches, our state parks, whether they are part of the working populace here in the community. And the study basis is based on the census of the town, of the residents. So when 60% of the study did not make up what the designation was, all of the police chiefs have concern over the fact that the study is not a reflection of the motoring public in the town of Bristol. As all of you said, I'm not shying away from police departments. Any department in the town certainly can look at best practices and improve upon their model of policing. I'm not shying away from that tenet. The gentleman that did the study from the Central Connecticut State University finished with saying that the town of Bristol their actions did not appear excessive in nature. He gave us a passing score when there was an overall reflection of our work product in 2018. Recently, Channel 12, when they were looking at use of force, how much force is used every time a police department makes an arrest, the town of Bristol and the town of Burrillville had the lowest amounts of use of force in the state of Rhode Island. And we also took all of that data and analytics and we provided that to Dr. Lambert at Roger Williams University. And they also concluded in an independent study that there is not an excess of force at all within the Bristol Police Department. So a couple of the things that I've done since becoming your chief, and this week will mark a year, and I want to thank you all for my first year of service. I've enjoyed each and every day of it, and I look forward to our future endeavors together. But we've attained both national and state accreditation. In the spring, in the fall, I signed a 20 for 20 pledge with the Rhode Island Police Association to work on these racial disparity issues, these inequities, to make sure that we're delivering the best product that we possibly can, and I'm committed to doing that. That can be found on the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association website, that particular pledge and those 20 tenets. I've implemented a use of force reporting to the FBI database. You are not required to do that. However, we will be transparent every time that we use force, and we will upload that information and be transparent to the FBI database, a first for the Bristol Police Department. I've garnered an MOU from the Roger Williams University. Some of the trainings are $500 or $600 for each office. As a host community to the university, they have agreed that they will hold a spot in each and every training that they offer to the town of Bristol Police Department, free of charge. It does not cost us anything to send our officers there. It was thousands and thousands of dollars previously. That is a great thing. They offer bias-based policing. I have a police officer right now in training for de-escalation that's going through the programs that the Training Institute provides at Roger Williams University. If you notice, a lot of communities invest in a canine and a patrol dog. We invested in a comfort and a therapy dog to meet the model of Bristol. We've updated our training and departmental policy on use of force. I have banned chokeholds, knees to the neck, or any manipulation maneuver that could have a life-threatening outcome. I've opened the books, as I said, to Roger Williams University for independent evaluation. I've also reached out to the university. There was concerns from members of the black law students, and I've offered to go over and to speak to them and to learn. Later on in October, we will be hosting a diversity training. We're bringing in a minority member of the Rhode Island State Police. If you remember back when we had the march, Michelle Palmer, who organized that, we've reached out to her this week, and probably tomorrow or by the end of the week, we'll be reaching out to Vice Chairman Sweeney's stepsister, who I also believe is an African-American woman, and we want them to come in as African-American members of the community. We want to learn. We want to listen to how they feel, as though what are the issues impacting them in the town of Bristol. I don't have all of the answers, but I plan to learn, I plan to listen, and I plan to make good policy going forward. We will include them. We will include best practices in training, as the Rhode Island State Police will be coming in and putting on a tutorial over our fire department training room. And I can assure you, the town administrator has told me to remain steadfast on these particular issues, and I can assure you that we will implement the best policies. As Mary has said, the council of the town administrator has not had any reports of this disparities happening from the police department. I can assure you, I also did a 10 and a 20-year study backing into all of our indices for internal affairs, for police reports. There have not been any formal investigations by this police department for any such behavior of that nature. That doesn't mean that I don't support any type of committees. I just wanted to report on the good work of the Bristol Police Department and the going on of police services in the town of Bristol, and my support and admiration for the work product of the Bristol police officers and my predecessors. Thank you.
That's outstanding. It's first off, there's always, we're always open, but I commend you, I commend the administrator, and honestly, I commend the council for the hard work that not only this council, but past councils, past administrators, as the chief rightly pointed out, past chiefs, the hard work and efforts, and then obviously the men and the women, not only in our police departments, but in our town. I mean, the administrator pointed out some great hiring policies that are 100% supported by the state, diverse. I loved the administrator's point about our highest paid employee is a woman. I mean, those are actionable. Those are things that you can point to and say that being done. But it is not suggesting that more good work doesn't need to be done. But I've just hats off. It's outstanding. So I'm going to open this up to the public, and the parameters are what we generally do. I ask that you be no more than 2 minutes. It's not a goal. It's just the cap. Less than that is also okay. Please make your points. I'm going to ask everyone to state their name and address for the record, and then share the thoughts that you'd like. And we have a motion and a second. And this is the discussion portion, to refer to the solicitor and then have it come back in front of this council. And as I'm going to point out one more time, the petitioner voiced agreement on that. So it sounds like we've got a good next step here. So I'm going to go right down the list here, and Chris Vitale, I'll ask you to help me if there's any concerns or issue. The first was Nick on there. And Nick, I have this brain thing with your last name that I don't want to say it correctly, and I'm not making fun. You can see my face. I don't know why I look at it. I want to say Pinello. Am I saying it right?
Very good. Very good.
I apologize. I'm really not trying to have any fun here. I think it's one of those things that happen after a while. So if you could please state your full name and address for the record.
My name is Nick Pinello, 76 Kingswood Road here in Bristol. I think the town council is doing a great job. I think they listen to all the citizens in Bristol, so I don't necessarily feel that a separate committee is needed or appropriate at this point. So thanks for everybody.
Thank you. Next on was Dave Scarpino. Dave, if you could unmute and state your name and address for the record, please.
Dave Scarpino, 932 Hope Street. So first, I just want to congratulate the chief and all the first responders for the great work that they do. Overworked, underappreciated, so I think that's appropriate. I just have a few points, Nathan, as I listen to this. I'm opposed to the idea, at least on the surface, and I'm willing to listen to more. But number one, giving policy control to a non-elected group, I don't think is a wide road to follow. If issues are evident as Mr. Hancock stated, then they should be brought to the town council. Similar to Barbara talking about traffic, we're not discussing having a committee to make traffic suggestions. You bring them to the council, they get discussed, and they get adjudicated. If Mr. Hancock wants a Diversity Day celebration, which I think is a great idea, then I think that that group should plan an event. If the solicitor is putting together a group for discussion, maybe it should have a little bit of diverse input, not just people who have already discussed it and are all in for it, but maybe some people who might have some skepticism and you'd want to have some points and counterpoints. The last thing I want to say is, like the flag issue, I'd prefer that this issue not deteriorate in the public domain. So whether it's social media or newspapers, I think we should all make the best effort that we can to keep it civil, to keep it open-minded, and not descend the way we did with the flags. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next is Steve Bridget. You are muted currently. There you go.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thanks.
If you could state your full name and address for the record, I know, but go ahead.
Stephen Bridget, 93 Highland Road.
Thank you.
I want to first applaud Rob Hancock and the committee for putting in this excellent work. I think there are several things that have been pointed out tonight that are very important, including Mary's recommendations about getting more clarity. What this sounds like to me is similar to what I have served on in the past, and taking an active role in, like, for example, the open space plan that was put forth. Recommendations were made by a group of citizens, including myself, and ultimately we made these recommendations to the council for the approval. And that was the kind of function and the structure of the citizens group, which I think is very similar to what Mr. Hancock and the members of the committee that put together this proposal. In my mind, that would be the way to structure it, of course, with Mr. Asillo's guidance on this. I think this effort is a very positive one. And I'll use a term that has been thrown around a lot. It is one that is progressive, and it's something that we do need to flesh out, as Mary said, issues about diversity. So I am wholly in favor of moving forward on this. And if I can help in any way, someone who has served on various boards and committees, I'd be happy to do so. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Next is, all I have is M. If you could state your full name and address for the record, please. You're muted. You are still muted. All right, so I'm going to come back to M. You are still muted. Next was Lindsay Gum. If I'm saying that correctly, I hope I am.
Yes, you are. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chairman and the council. Thank you so much for letting me speak. My name is Lindsay Gum. My address is 16 Pierce Ave, Bristol. I first wanted to start out by saying thank you to the police chief. I really appreciated hearing the great work that's being done. Congratulations. I am a librarian and an assistant professor at the university and a consultant for the New England Board of Higher Education. I'm also a single mother, and I work 2 jobs to afford to live in this beautiful town. And while I struggle with many things on a daily basis to support myself and my son and to further my career, one thing that I am very privileged by is the color of my skin. I am white, and I've been working really hard over the past few years to learn the history of our country and our town and to understand just how systemic racism displays itself in our daily lives and how I'm benefiting from those inequitable structures. And after listening to some of the comments tonight, I just, I wanted to say with all due respect, You are all white individuals, and all of the examples that have been put forth tonight, about cultural diversity in our town are about white ethnic groups. And the fact that no one has come before the town council in the past with any issues, please be aware that marginalized groups do not always have the privilege of speaking up. I think it's completely unfair to expect marginalized groups to put themselves in that vulnerable position where white people are the dominant group. And just to give you a very personal example, it's, obviously I'm white, so it's not the same, but I'm a non-tenured female faculty member at the university. And I cannot tell you how many times in the past 6 years I've been subjected to gender discrimination, and yet I rarely feel it's safe for me to speak up to any authority because I am unprotected and I am fearful of what could happen if I speak up. So I just wanted to put that out there for food for thought. I think some of the comments I've heard seem a little defensive, and I do agree. I think it would be great to get a little more clarity on the purpose, not the purpose, but what, exactly this committee would do and how it would function and how people would be nominated. But I am in full support of this, and I think the town really does need a sounding board for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. I too, like Lindsay, want to say thank you to our police chief. I think that was probably one of the best pieces of information that I've heard this evening. I will say that I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed to hear the opposition. I'm disappointed to hear that our town administrator's first comments were about divisiveness of this committee, when in fact, if we listen to what the police chief said and how he's been willing to pull in people of color to bring training, this is exactly what Mr. Hancock has been speaking to. Diversity and inclusion committees have been around forever. This is not new in many industries. Having been in healthcare my whole life, we've had diversity and inclusion committees for a while now. And I think this is what the town needs in order for people to feel safe, to talk about issues that up until now, I do believe that people have not felt safe. I myself have not felt safe when I've had issues with this school and I didn't feel that this school was listening. I wasn't comfortable going to the town council. And so I think it's important that this committee does a lot of things. It has never been about policy control or about police violence or in our case, the lack of, which is great to hear. It's about being a referral source. It's about being a group of people who make up a diverse background to be able to help and assist the council in issues that may arise. It may be that someone feels comfortable going to this committee or going to somebody who is like them to be able to address concerns. And I having spoken to Mr. Hancock and being a proponent for this committee, I feel that it's not only warranted but needed. So this summer we had an amazing experience through the school committee where community members, parents, and students, particularly one of my sons, a student of color, who was able to participate in a diversity and inclusion team to design curricula for second semester. So what the school is doing is building curricula around this. We need to also have something for the adults in this town to be able to have an opportunity to participate in things that this committee might do, or to be able, as I said earlier, to feel safe to. We can't work in silos, so it has to come full circle. So the school has been doing it, and I think it's time for the town.
I want to be fair to all and also consistent with the timing. So I just will give you a moment to finalize your thoughts.
No problem. So as I was just concluding that, if we're doing it at the school level, we need to do it at the town. This isn't just about educating our students, but our families, our community members, our businesses, everything. So I hope that we can come to a wonderful point of a proposal through this motion and bring it back and have the support that we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Troy Kennedy. Do I see Troy? I do not at the moment.
Looks like he dropped off, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We will end with Troy, I think. Yes, he is. Well, no, he's down on I see him there. Could you? Thank you, Chris.
Hey, sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Troy Kennedy.
Welcome. If you could state your full name, you just did, and your address for the record, please.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is Troy Kennedy, 71 Maple Lane. I would also like to give my appreciation to the chief for laying down such a detailed update on what Bristol has been doing to make sure our community stays safe, but is also implementing the right policies to make sure that we consider things like diversity, equity, inclusion, and all the other essential pieces of policing. Up front, I'd just like to say I understand the concerns of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but I don't support it as it's been presented tonight. My faith is in, I think, which was presented earlier, the 15,000 of 23,000 Bristol voters that have gone to the polls or otherwise voted to elect 5 competent town council members who I think, when they ran for office, talked about their capabilities and their qualifications that include consideration of diversity, equity, inclusion. And my faith is in those 5 town councilmen. I don't necessarily always agree with all 5 of them, but I believe that is the appropriate way to go forward. We live in a relatively small town, and I think the 5 town council members that have been elected, that is the right channel to go through. Not to mention that we're getting close to an election on November 3rd, on or about, and this would probably be the wrong time to go ahead with something like this. I also have concerns that this might touch off other petitions for other committees, and what's the limit on however many other committees might be requested or petitioned based on other views, which is, I think, is understandable. But at the end of the day, my confidence is in the 5 elected members. I come from a background where, again, I was, I didn't have a lot growing up. I struggled. I came from a divorced family early on. I worked hard for everything I got, and I understand some of the concerns of others related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I think in this country that this country is a melting pot, and we all work hard to achieve everything we can. And I believe this town and this town council, it's a great place to live, and I entrust all the policies of this town to those 5 people that were elected. And sir, back to you.
Thank you. Next is William Bullard. You are currently muted, William. There you are.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm sorry about that. I just want to come out and say my name is Bill Bullard, 1292 Hope Street.
Thank you.
I fully support this proposal, and I fully support every assertion made by Mr. Hancock concerning the strengths of these of diversity, equity, and inclusion in organizations and institutions. These aren't buzzwords. We don't simply pay lip service to them and not act upon them. They're not met by simply meeting affirmative action standards, highlighting who's a diversity hire or things like that. I'm a veteran with 30 plus years of active commissioned service in the Navy. I've got 3.5 hours left. As of midnight, I am a retiree.
Congratulations.
So I understand. No, I honestly, I don't need congratulations. I don't thank you. I thank your congratulations. If you really want to thank me, please push this committee forward. How about putting that on you? That's funny. Anyway, but I used to think that for a long time as a Navy guy, and only kind of just came to realize that it's a lot more than that. Because as we know, and I sympathize with the chief of police too. Great job. You got to push, you got to do all these things, you got to do your job right. But I think what these committee members, what the people proposing this committee are saying is this isn't enough. And a lot of people think that simply doing these things is enough, and beyond doing that is uncalled for. And I think it's also because they've never been required to do anything or be anything but who or what they were born as to get along. These people who don't think anything else is required. This was personally made clear to me by a fellow 06, an Army colonel, a woman of color, a colleague, and several well-written professional pieces made me realize that even after all the good work and intentions that the Navy and the Armed Forces have made, and for all the good work we try to do, I've never been asked to fit into anything other than the white male model of the Navy that I joined 30 years ago. And there are blind spots that come with that. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that there are blind spots with that. We all want to be part of things that actively include us and treat us equitably. And that includes the military. And like I said, it took a long time for me to realize what that means. We pride ourselves as a patriotic town that supports the military and supports its veterans. What better way to show patriotism and help diverse citizens want to be a part of this community and want to serve the community and our own country, possibly in that military, appreciating what their community brought to them. I have to say, these opinions are my own. They don't reflect the opinion of the Navy, Department of Defense, or Department of the Navy for the next 3.5 hours. I also want to address one or two other things.
I do need
echo what I've already heard.
Yeah,
Yep.
I do need to make sure that I stay on the 2-minute time. I'm not being too close to it, but I'm going to ask you to wrap up because I want to be fair to all, because I gave everybody the same requirement.
Sure, I'm going to wrap up. It's been said earlier, it's apparent from all the discussion, this town's concept of diversity, or a lot of people's concept of diversity, is astoundingly Western European and right. I would add to and white, rather. I would also add to that, it comes with certain religious connotations and rules based upon those religions as well. That's really not what diversity is, things like that. I also think leadership means seeing a good idea, getting behind it, and helping develop it. You jump in and you help it work and you help perfect it. Don't let this get sent into endless rework only to see it never come to fruition. This is a great idea. Someone is bringing an issue to you.
Bill, I
This
hate
is
to do this
happening
to
right
you.
now. That's what was asked.
Bill,
Don't
I hate to do this to you. I have to be fair to everyone. I gave
Nope.
everyone the same parameters. So,
Thank you for more than my fair share. I'm done.
and I say from this council, thank you for your service of 30 years too. I am going to stop with Joel Hubble. He's the last hand raised currently, so we will stop there. Next on our list is Adam Ramos. And I am not going to Joel. I'm sorry, Chris, if I gave you that impression. That's my fault. Joel, if you're going to be last because you were last on the list. But next on our list is Adam Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also to the Chief for the excellent presentation on all of the good work that is being done. And I certainly hope that nobody has taken this petition to be a suggestion that there's a particular criticism to be levied at the intentions of anyone. I think it's been made clear that the intention of everyone is to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. And to the extent there is any level of disagreement, it is over how do we achieve that, and whether this committee, as presently contemplated, is quote unquote ready for prime time. So I'm going to make a couple of quick points. I don't want to repeat anything that anybody has already said. One is, I think that this proposed committee, which I am fully in support of, is primed to be an incredible asset to this town's government, to the town council, to the town administrator, to the various departments. Because what it provides us with is an opportunity to embed within our system of government a committee that is focused on ensuring that we're considering all of the viewpoints, not just the viewpoints of the particular people who have their own particular blind spots that are in the positions making decisions. So yes, I agree that we put our faith in all of those who are elected to serve in the town council positions. And one of the things that the town council can do in order to live up to that degree of faith is to put a committee like this in place that begins to recognize that having a committee that is focused on the diversity and equity issues that are embedded in everything that we do in order to ensure that there is inclusivity across all of the ways in which we deliver services of town government is an important, incredibly important step to ensure that we are moving forward and creating the community that we all want to have and that we already have for so many that we want to reach out to and achieve for those who are not yet feeling it. The second point that I want to make is in reference to the notion that this needs to be further refined before being fairly considered and appropriately voted on. The phrase that comes to mind here is that we cannot let perfect be the enemy of good. If we create a committee, we're able to then shape it and tweak it and use it in the best way that it can be used to serve the town in order to achieve the laudable goals that are set forth in the carefully crafted mission statement that so many worked so hard on to put forth. And I applaud the incredible work that was done by Mr. Hancock and the rest of the members of the group that spent the hours upon hours in putting this together. So I'll close by saying this. Let's not lose this opportunity. We have a petition currently before the council that will allow us to create a portion of our government, an arm of our government that we can rely on to help us focus in an area that has not always been treated with intentional focus. I urge you to vote to move this forward, and if you vote to refer it to the solicitor for further revision, that there be a specific time period where it's expected to be back so that we don't lose sight of it and it falls off the map. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mel. And Mel, before you start, I would ask everyone, please, I don't want to interrupt you. I want you to be able to make your point cleanly and fully, but I also need to be fair and make sure that this stays within the 2 minutes. And I'm not using a stopwatch. I'm generally timing this. So I ask that you police yourself, if you will, and please stay under the 2 minute mark so I don't have to stop you in the middle of your comments. So Mel was there, Chris, and they seem to have moved. So Mel, if you could unmute, please, and state your full name and address for the record. You are still muted. You are still muted. Okay, so Mel, we're going to hold off and we can come back to you. Next was Scott McPherson. And you need to, yes, now you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. Councilors, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. If you could state your full name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. Scott McPherson, 122 Union Street. I'm here to speak in strong support of the petition submitted by Mr. Hancock to create a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. I think it's fair to say that we all wish this type of work was unnecessary. Unfortunately, it's of growing and critical importance. And I don't know how anyone could look at all the racial strife around us right now and not see both the need for this committee and the benefit that it could bring to this community. You're going to get a lot of comments from both sides, both for and against this committee, similar to the discussion that took place around both the flag raisings. And I want to point out that the divide between those seeking racial justice and those who don't think it needs to be actively and deliberately addressed is a perfect example of why you need to regularly evaluate diversity and equity here. There's a huge gap in understanding around the issues of race. Bridging that gap is part of the work that a group like this would do. Councilors, as far as I can tell, most of you are smart enough to see the forest through the trees. Look at what's going on in the world around you. There have been months of protests around the country, including right here, calling for racial justice. Cities and towns need to be actively looking at steps they can take, both as a municipality and as a community, to improve racial equity. Vetted through the solicitor, but this measure should be endorsed by the entire city council as well as the town manager and should pass unanimously. Also to the public, just a reminder, November 3rd is quickly approaching. The voter registration deadline is October 4th, and the mail-in ballot application deadline is October 13th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go back to Mel. It's the next person. So if you could unmute, state your full name and address for the record. You are still muted. All right, we'll come back to Mel one more time. Next on the list is Roberto Felipe. If you could state your full name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Roberto Felipe. I reside at 133 Gibson Road, Bristol, Rhode Island. Thank you for the opportunity to go ahead and partake in tonight's council meeting. I was excited to engage in tonight's public forum in support of the committee that several councilors had, along with Rob Hancock, had presented, and wanted to state, why do we need a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee? Namely, because you hold a civic responsibility to represent the best interests of every citizen that resides in this town, Bristol. This committee gives you an amazing amount of control of your legacy of being proactive instead of reactionary. And don't let others stir fear in you, because it's more important to build than to protect, to welcoming dialogue and learning from people as opposed to silencing them because it makes you uncomfortable. Mary, as a professional woman, without efforts to improve gender equality, you wouldn't be able to hold an elected post at the local level. Tony, Nathan, Tim, and Aaron, without efforts like this, naturalized immigrants like you and me would be cast off because of your last name. But because people were willing to see things as they were, and instead of saying like, this is as good as is how it's always been done, they decided to make good trouble and say it can be better. This is your chance to do that. Look at this simple platform for encouraging discourse, regardless of personal beliefs, as your chance to build something for the future growth of Bristol and for making this as a shining jewel in the East Bay and the state. As a chance to extend a hand to lift up your fellow Bristolian as they try to climb up that proverbial ladder instead of lifting the ladder up behind you. Your success doesn't need to include someone else's failure. Let's succeed together. I have to go ahead and break and say that I was shocked to hear some of the comments that were dropped in tonight's meeting. And having a councilman go ahead and recommend that the committee's members have their years of residency in Bristol be a determining factor as to whether or not they have a valid voice to go ahead and contribute is the exact antithesis of inclusionary policies. Is to say that the 5 years that I've gone ahead and invested and tried to become part of this community have been, in fact, been wasted. So between council persons in the past having mentioned that some acts have been great, but mostly symbolic, we'd like to see something more actionable. This is an opportunity to go ahead and put an actionable arm on actually stirring change. Serious.
Roberto, I need you to, again, I'm reminding all and you that you need to, we're at the more than 2 minutes. Actually, we're more than that, but I'd like to let you complete your thought, if you would, please.
Sure. I wanted to applaud the police commissioner for being part of this conversation as well. I understand that it was an initiative that was brought upon himself that he saw as Mr. Bullard had mentioned earlier, blind spot that he wanted to address and improve on an already exemplary force. mentioned it before in the previous meeting that the community policing that's done at this level is great. But what surprised me about the amount of time that we've dedicated to go ahead and talk about the things that we're improving on in terms of the policing is that in our proposal was no mention of policing. I need you all as council persons to go ahead and take a step back and realize that the conversation split, and you're holding on to examples of what had happened earlier this year as being the equivalent to what a DEI group is. A DEI group is not the same as talking about the systemic problems of racism that were experienced earlier this year.
Roberto, I'm sorry. I have to be here too long. Please, I do want you to finish your thought, though. Go ahead.
Last thing. I am pushing for this DEI group and see the value of this DEI group for groups that are more marginalized than myself, right? I am a naturalized citizen that has had the opportunity to go to higher education and make something of myself. For people that think that it's all about effort, I have put forth that effort. I have made something for myself, but I'm here championing for the person that struggles mastering the English language, even after putting forth attempts. Right? And realizing that some doors aren't going to be open to those people and access points aren't going to be open to those people. So to try and make sure that the person behind me has just as much opportunity, because we all have that same ideal that we just want our next generation to be greater than the ones that we're living. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. Next is Keith Maloney.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and town councilors. I want to, first of all...
If you could state your full name and address for the record, please.
Keith Maloney, 72 Griswold Avenue, Bristol, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I want to speak to the fact that there is an element of concern that this committee would act to tell the town council what to do. I personally have kind of encountered that kind of reaction when I was chair of the recycling committee. And I want to give you an example of how that process really worked. First of all, the council asked this group of citizens to make some recommendations about implementing a recycling program. When we reported back to the council said, we agree with those, now go implement them. So it wasn't like we were telling you what to do. We made recommendations that were approved and then we went and did them. There's a very specific incident where it shows that there was cooperation among all elements within the town, and that dealt with the recycling effort at our 4th of July concerts at Independence Park. And after a couple of years of our committee trying to work with the tools we were given, which was to put a stake in the ground with a plastic bag, that didn't work and it wound up with all kinds of trash and recycling on the ground, I asked Steve Contente, and he pulled together a meeting with the chairman of the 4th of July committee, the Department of Parks and Works. I've forgotten all the other people that were in the room, and we talked about the issue. And out of it came the fact that now, and unfortunately we didn't have it this year, there are portable potties there at the site, and there are recycling bins at the site, real bins with large capacity, and the quality of what is being done is dramatically better. And it came out of a cooperative effort based on a recommendation from a committee. The other thing I want to mention is just, and with all due respect, the comments from our town councilors, for a couple of our town councilors, spoke to the issue of what I would call immigration. The immigrants in our town, those who...
let me
I'm about
again.
to wind up. I'm about
I need
to wind
to.
up.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead, please, sir.
And, you know, these events that take place at St. Elizabeth's and so forth, these are ethnic kinds of events. This committee is looking at a far broader group of people who are impacted by negative assertions. How about the LBQ group? How about there are just so many other groups other than that. The black and brown people in our town, not just those who might be from the Azores or somewhere else. I understand they had their challenges and they're wonderfully included, but that's not the only group that we need to address. There are lots of other marginalized groups within our town that this committee would like to investigate and evaluate and bring to the council recommendations that the council can say, nope, we're not going to do it. Or yes, you know, that has merit. Let's get it done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to I ask one more time, please. I do not want to interrupt you in the middle of your thought process, but it is quite unfair to all that came before you to have a rule set and then have people go over that rule, regardless of point or side or anything else. So I would ask, please, I don't want to stop you in the middle. The next here is Joel Hubble.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could state your full name and address for the record.
Yep.
Please.
Hi, good evening, Joel Huval. I'm at 4 Ursula Drive.
Go ahead, sir.
Great. So, first of all, I want to thank the police commissioner. That was outstanding. I also want to congratulate the colonel, or excuse me, the captain for retiring. I'm a retired senior chief myself.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Really quick here. If there was ever a symbol that said there was a need for an inclusion and diversity group, it would be a town that had a spat over a flag for Black Lives Matter. That's a red flag right there that says there's an issue with differing views. And I know the captain would agree with me on this, especially with 30 years in the military. He certainly understands this, is that the polarization that we're experiencing here has happened in other countries. And the polarization that we are experiencing here is a growing shift and a growing divide in ideological views. And so this committee has an opportunity to get out ahead of all this, because we're only going to grow as a population. We're only going to expand, and things are only going to snowball and get worse. And if we don't get out in front of this now, we run the risk of having big problems later on. So, and again, I'm not anti-cop. I'm from a law enforcement family. I'm military, retired, and I'm telling you that if we don't get out in front of this now, we're going to have problems. So I fully support, and this whole town should fully support, a committee that's dedicated to making sure that we all communicate and that we're all on the same page and that we're not going to have big problems. We need to get ahead of it. So I'm telling you this from experience. I'm telling you this from a strategic mindset, from a global geopolitical mindset. This town may seem small now, but it's going to grow. So, I mean, we need to think about not just now. We need to think about 10 years from now. What's going to happen? Where are we going to be? So anyway, I think this is an opportunity for this committee to work alongside the police, for people who don't want to go to the police, for people who don't want to go to the town council. This is an opportunity for them to come out to other citizens with their issues and their ideas, and we can work things through so that we're not fighting over flags, so that we're not having these ideological divides, so that we're not questioning who we're talking to. Can I trust this person? Do I know who that person is? What side are they on? We need to get ahead of this now. So I'm going to be fully on board with this committee. I'd like to join it, to be honest with you. And I want to thank you for your time. And I certainly want to thank you guys for staying up this long and this late to get as much information from people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Michael Burns next, please. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
My name is Michael Burns. I'm at 244 Metacom Avenue. And I guess I'm the guy that has the blind spots. And I'm the guy that was sort of implicitly called racist because I oppose the Black Lives Matter flag, not for racial reasons, but for practical reasons. And I support a number of black organizations, but I don't support Black Lives Matter, nor I ever will. I don't think that is a good stand-in for one's racial attitudes. I strongly oppose the creation of a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee because I think those three words are code words for things that have very unclear meanings. I do believe Bristol is a welcoming and diverse community. The petition, however, well-intentioned, seems to be a solution in terms of a problem. And because other towns are doing it, doesn't make it right to also follow that same path. I lived in a totalitarian country, communist country, for 20 years. I traveled extensively through the Soviet Union and Mongolia when they were still a communist country. This committee is one that I saw frequently in those environments. It's one that echoes back to 1984 with Thought Police. It's going to tell us how we live our life. And I'm impressed with all these very intelligent people that can tell other people how they should think, how they should act, how they should operate, and whether they're racist or not, or whether they discriminate or not. I think that's a high point of hubris for other people to make that accusation without any benefit of understanding or fact. I think that the police chief demonstrated that we in Bristol and agencies and organizations in Bristol can do the right thing without having some committee to tell us what to do and what not to do. As I look at other towns that have done this, they go back in history and dig out things that happened way back when, and that tends to be divisive. And I think this, like the Black Lives Matter flag, was extremely divisive and doesn't help anybody to be welcomed in any community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last hand raised, and we have heard from all that are hands, and we're going to stop at this last one. Is Peter Hewitt. Of course, if you could, thank you. If you could state your full name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Peter Hewitt, 11 Wendy Drive, Bristol. I really liked Mike Burns' comments because he captured what I was going to say. But let me add a couple of things in addition to what I wrote to you fellas and ladies. I see this committee, as far as we know what it is and what it's composed to be, as an opportunity for a group of citizens to form an organization that will serve as an advisory board to 5 or 6, including Steve Contenti, elected officials, individuals, intelligent individuals, competent individuals elected by the townsfolk to serve the best interests of the town. You guys really don't need the advice or the second guessing of any committee other than the boards and commissions that have already been established. And I fear, and I believe, that the committee as proposed and as envisioned by Mr. Hancock and his supporters would serve as a board that would be inclusive until the town council didn't agree with their recommendations or their advice. And as soon as Mr. Contenti or the town councilors disagreed or did not go along with the committee's suggestion, recommendation, or agenda, you would find yourself vilified by those same people. That's my personal view. I'm a 28-year Navy career officer. I disagree with Mr. Bullard and Mr. Huvel. During my 28 years in the Navy, I thought we did a pretty good job. I didn't envision much, if any, racism. I thought the Navy handled the racial issues very well. We certainly were inclusive. And as far as I know, my Navy career and those with whom I associated in my Navy career adopted the idea of equitable and fair treatment for all. So I disagree with their assessment of their military career being divisive. I would point out to these people who believe that the town of I'm going to be quick, that the town of Bristol needs diversity guidance, inclusive guidance, and equity guidance. That the town council of Bristol is composed of a female, 3 whites, 1 immigrant, 1 gay, and that we have a superintendent of our schools who is a black man. So I really don't see where there is a problem necessitating the establishment of a committee, and the committee who will have a chair and co-chair who will appoint their own members. Beware, it's not a good move, town council. But I do agree that the motion to kick it to the town solicitor to have them flesh out their particulars of the group is a good idea, and I support the idea of referring it to the town solicitor. But I don't support the establishment of this committee at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I know we've heard a lot from the public. There's a motion and a second to refer to the solicitor to take next steps there. I don't think we need to reiterate those. I think we're really clear on that. Unless there's any other discussion, I'm going to call for a vote. Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members of the Town Council, the next item on this evening's agenda is, where are we? The Public Service Appointment section of the agenda. This item G1A. This is the Christmas Festival Committee. You have a slate of proposed membership as proposed by the committee itself for the 2021 season.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve that list.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion made by Tony to approve, seconded by Tim. Is there any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't say thank you to all of our boards and commissions. Take a moment on behalf of this council and truly the town. Thank you for taking the time and effort out of your day, out of your week, out of your month to serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item on the agenda is the first item under old business. This is regards the trash and recycling cart policy, which was continued from September 9th.
Remind me and this council, this was brought back in front of us for discussion. I apologize. I've forgotten what the discussion was that we brought this back to.
I think, if I may, what I think it was when I think we put it on the agenda, if I'm not mistaken, because we were hoping, I think it came up as my issue, part of my issue. Mine was separate about the 35-gallon bins.
Yes.
And then this was something that had been presented by the DPW director, and it was something that we were not familiar with. And we kind of, I think the issue ended up just getting put off. But in the meantime, we've moved forward with the 35-gallon tanks and bins. And I believe I just can't find my agenda. I have my packet all here, but my agenda, that there's an item that Steve has on to update us all on where the 35-gallon bins stand and when they'll be delivered, because people have asked me that question. So I'm not sure.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, draw your attention to item J5. And there's a request for an appropriation for the expense of the 35-gallon trash carts and recycling carts. And there is a further report from the acting Public Works Director concerning the same matter.
If the council agrees, maybe we can combine the agenda item we're on right now with that one, which would be J5, as the clerk pointed out. We'll combine those and we take a single action.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to combine J5 and H1.
Tony, second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Administrator.
Oh, thank you. I'm here to report back that as of September 24th, there were 112 requests for the smaller carts as requested that we make them available by Councilmember Perella. Seeing the number coming in, we did make the order, so not to delay the process. You will find in J5A is the invoice in which we're requesting $18,500. Acting Director Chris Perella is in the meeting, so if you have any questions as to how that is going to happen, I defer to him. Chris?
Because it's short, I'm going to call you Director Perella just for the moment. That's
okay.
Maybe the assumptive close, but could you weigh in on this, please?
So after discussion with the town administrator, we went ahead and started to place the order. You had to have a minimum order was 112 carts. We felt that because we got 112 requests within a very short period of time after it was posted, and we knew that if there were going to be more than 112 requests, we didn't want to hold up a second round of requests. So we ordered 200 sets of carts. And you have the invoice in front of you. And what we plan to do is when these start to arrive, which we think will be probably sometime around October 9th, we'll go out and deliver these. We'll scan the old ones back to us. We'll scan the new ones back into the address. We'll take the other ones. We'll store them in case, like, the ownership of the apartment or houses change and they want to go back to a 65. We'll have a reservoir of them to send back out. So.
But it's at a cost of, I know that we initially spoke of about approximately $10,000, but we ordered, in essence, twice as many carts, right? We had talked about 100, so this is 200. But apparently there's a cost savings at the larger dollar figure. And the request in front of this council is to use a one-time fund balance appropriation so as not to negatively affect the DPW budget, because this was not budgeted for, or at least in the current budget. So, and that sounds like there's our update and also an actionable next step, Mary?
Yeah, I would just like to make a motion that we, approve the invoice from our reserve funds, but in addition, I would just like a little bit more. It's very clear in the memo that we have, but if Chris or Steve could just maybe go over a little bit more detail if people are watching or will be watching this meeting and have ordered a cart, like what they'll be doing. Like you mentioned that they're going to come out and exchange them, but they're going to be how they'll be notified by phone call, etc. If you could just spend another minute or so on that.
Before you do that, could I have a second for that motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second discussion. Go ahead.
Director, go ahead, please.
Okay. So what we plan to do is the assumption is that the people who need the smaller carts, by and large, they would not be able to come and get these carts. So what we plan to do is start to contact people in manageable groups, and that will be dependent on our available manpower, because it is a use of resources here. But we plan on taking however many we can fit into a day with a minimum amount of manpower, start contacting these people, tell them that their carts are in, make arrangements. We'll bring them there. We'll drop them off. We do have to scan them into the address and scan the other ones back to us. We'll go, we'll deliver them, we'll take the old ones back, we'll clean the old ones, and we'll stock them for future use, but we will go and deliver these. So we will start contacting people. We've put some manpower aside so that we feel that we can start working on this as soon as they come in. So people will start getting notified as soon as we get these, and whatever we can manage for manpower for the day, we'll go out and start delivering these in groups.
Sounds like
what we did, I should add too, though. One of the things we talked about was we didn't want anyone to be able to purchase these as a supplemental trash receptacle. I know that we have that process available if someone needs more trash than their current 65, but we still would like to keep the overall tonnage down, which was originally one of the whole points to this program. So we're looking at these as exchange only. So if you wanted a set of carts that are 35s because they're more manageable, we're going to offer that free of charge, but we're not going to allow you, unless I hear otherwise from the town administrator, to purchase supplementally a 35-gallon can. They can purchase another 65, but we didn't want to make these because there is a cost with the purchase of them. We do have to store them, and we didn't want to make these available as a supplemental receptacle.
Thank you.
I think that's fair. That's fair enough, and I do appreciate the director and Steve, the administrator, getting these done as soon as they did, because, as you know, one of the big concerns was, were they going to would the people have them before the winter? And that is a big concern of being able to manage the carts if we have ice and snow and so forth. So thank you very, very much for getting this done so quickly and for taking a chance before you maybe had all of those numbers, but saw those numbers coming in. So thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion from the council?
Chris, I want to say I think I'm hearing some good things about what you're doing down the DPW. Thank you. And I know for a lot of the residents that I spoke with that this is going to make a big difference, especially some of the seniors. So I think the 35-gallon, and thank you to the administrator for getting this done. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
So we had a motion and a second, and this is to approve the one-time fund balance transfer to offset the cost here. So if there's no other discussion, Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron? I didn't hear
Aye.
you.
Sorry.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is item H2. This was continued from your August 19th meeting. This has to do with the Good Energy Bristol Energy Association presentation. You have a late item provided by the original presenter, James Rhodes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I just wanted to say this is one of the items I had put on, and just want to remind everybody that really the overall goal is access to bulk purchase electricity for competitive rates. And we all know that rates have been going up and up. So this is to look out for those low-income residents that we have, our senior citizens that are on fixed incomes, residents that are working from home now more than ever are seeing higher electricity bills. All our residents. So, it's just sort of one of those things we want to look at, do our due diligence to see if we can save the residents some money. And really, I think good energy aggregation, what it does, it really brings out that if there's rate stability and the use, and it uses and supports clean energy, which I think we all want to get to, while saving some money and putting some money back in your pocket. Jamie Rhodes, I think, gave us a presentation. He did give us a presentation last time, and I'd like to bring him in, Mr. Chairman, just to give us an update on the latest, the letter that he sent. Thank you.
I can see him there. Go ahead, Jamie.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. So I appreciate the opportunity just to come back before you, and I did send along a letter just providing a quick update yesterday afternoon. So since we last talked, when I gave the presentation in August, there's been some movement on community choice aggregation programs in Rhode Island. I cited to the individual dockets that are available so that all the public information is there, including the plans that have been submitted from other communities. But most interesting was the September 15th technical session at the Public Utilities Commission, which there is recordings of if you really want to go down the 4-hour path that was. But in summary, it was an opportunity for the Public Utilities Commission, their legal staff and policy staff to raise questions with both Good Energy as a consultant, as well as the town of Barrington and the city of Central Falls, looking into what their plan contains. Is it consistent with the statute? What are the purposes, goals, and how will the programs operate? And so I wanted to provide that update to you all, just as you consider whether you will move forward with the community choice aggregation program. Some of the highlights of the technical session just included like clarification of rate stability to different members of the public in a aggregation program. As well as how it manages and works with potential large industrial clients, large industrial consumers, electricity consumers. And since then, the Division of Public Utilities submitted their recommendation that the plan be approved for Central Falls, as that was the first one that was heard, in advance of their public hearing coming up on October 5th. So I wanted to make sure that this council had references to the ongoing developments when it comes to aggregation. And as well as earlier this month, the city of Newport actually closed its RFP for choosing a consultant for their aggregation plan. We were one community that we were a consultant that bid on providing those services for the city of Newport. And once again, willing to make all of those documents available, though they're also available through the bid program that the city of Newport operates. So I wanted to just come before you to provide those updates and then answer any questions that you may have as you consider whether to move forward. As the next step that should the council decide to do so would be for, and this is what the state law requires, is for there to be a resolution saying that the council wants to move forward in developing a plan as your sister communities have done so. So that's just some additional information and context. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them if it would help aid the discussion at all.
Council, what questions do we have?
Mr. Chairman, this is Aaron Light.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Mr. Rhodes, thank you for being here today. I've had a chance over the last couple months to do a lot more research on community choice aggregation, otherwise known as municipal aggregation. And I feel like I learned a lot about it. I feel like it's kind of reinforced my view that we need to continue to look into this. I think Councilman Sweeney is correct. A lot of us are beginning to feel the pinch from higher electric bills because a lot of us are staying home longer. A lot of our seniors are confined to homes, so they're living on fixed incomes, and they're starting to feel that pinch a little bit more than even some of us who aren't on fixed incomes. And one of the things I wanted to ask you was, I know that last week or a couple meetings ago, there was a discussion of a report that was written by Susan Baldwin. I guess one of my questions was, do we have third-party retailers, third-party suppliers that sell to individual consumers here in Rhode Island? I know that that's really kind of the basis for that support, for that report that was written.
It's interesting that you should ask that because I think I mentioned it before. So I live in Providence, and just today in the mail, I actually got a solicitation from a third-party supplier called Arcadia Power, and they gain our consumer information because any supplier is allowed to ask National Grid for lists of customers and then send them direct marketing materials. So I received one just today from Arcadia Power offering, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but offering a particular rate for like 3 months, and then a non-indication about what the cost would be for supply services after those 3 months. and an indication that the rate would be variable after that. So yes, there are direct-to-consumer third-party suppliers right now. I bring up Arcadia just because that's who I got a solicitation from today. I think there's also Green Mountain Power, and there's a number of other ones that can be found on the Public Utilities Commission website that are currently making direct offers to consumers.
All right, thank you for sharing that. It's my understanding that those third-party suppliers can sometimes really wreak havoc on the elderly, disadvantaged populations, people who are uneducated. And one of the things that I just wanted to confirm with you was that municipal aggregation, what we're talking about here, is something that is fundamentally different than third-party retailers or three-party sellers. And the reason why I asked that is that I had a conversation with a community planner from Dracut, Mass. And I understand their state system might differ a little bit in Massachusetts in terms of the regulatory structure. But she was telling me that one of the things that their town can do is they can actually get some of these people off of these third-party supply contracts that they're on and actually get them into the municipal plan, which can end up saving them about twice, under those third-party plans, they're usually paying twice as much as the municipal plan. So they can be paying up to 20 cents per kilowatt hour on those third-party plans, whereas in this particular town in Massachusetts, the municipal customers were paying 10 cents per kilowatt hour over like a 3-year period.
Yes, I'm happy to kind of address that. And the way that, to answer the first question of yes, this is different. And the primary way that it's different from those individual contracts is that the third-party suppliers, because they're talking with consumers on a one-on-one basis, the supplier themselves has all of the market power. They're a supplier that they're able to offer a particular rate to a consumer who might not be sophisticated in how to evaluate electricity markets and supply services, that sees a rate that's lower than what National Grid offers, but doesn't necessarily recognize that that rate's available to them for perhaps only 3 months. The supplier is losing money on that rate, but they know that the customer will no longer think about their supplier after that because they don't read their electricity bill on a regular basis, or if not a focal point. And so 3 months after that introductory rate, the consumer thinks that they're still at that low rate, but when in fact the supplier has actually changed the rate to a market rate that changes month over month with no obligation to inform the consumer of what rate they're paying. And the report that you referenced before was part of a series of reports that came out in Massachusetts indicating that this competitive market doesn't work for individual customers because there's not sufficient information to be market participants, and that they're preying on individuals on fixed incomes or language barriers that don't recognize that their rate's changing from month to month. The way that aggregation is different is that it allows the town to step in and say, we actually have the buying power to ask and require the suppliers to say, bid on our programs.
Mr. Chairman, I have one last question for Mr. Rhodes. Is it possible if we enter into an agreement for municipal aggregation that your firm would be, if they represented us or was our consultant, that they would be potentially able to get people off of some of those contracts in which they've been sold the snake oil?
Yes, it is possible to be able to do that. What it will take to do so would be some direct marketing to those consumers. And in fact, we were just in conversations with National Grid about making sure that that information of who's on those contracts is available to the municipality and through us, so that we can send them direct messages. We can make the outreach phone calls. We can meet them where they are in order to say, can we have a moment to sit down with your bill and recognize that there's an opportunity for you? And to send them mail with perhaps the town seal on it saying, here's an opportunity for you to save money on your electricity electricity costs. So these are the type of marketing efforts that we gladly engage in, and that's the type of outreach work that we pride ourselves into making sure that consumers know what the options are truly available to them.
Other council questions? Mary.
Question. I mean, I think it's an important distinction between this and third-party supplier. I mean, I imagine that the constant telemarketing that I get every day is from the third-party supplier, and you never know who to believe. And I think you're right. If this is a good approach to take, and it's sort of combining buying power, and it's sort of sanctioned by the town, it would give people some sense of confidence that this is a good choice. I just feel like so many times, like, I don't even explore those choices because I don't even know where to begin, because there's so many different ones telemarketing you, whether it's over the phone, if you still have a phone, whether it's your cell phone, whether it's mailing pieces that come in. So I do think there's some value in exploring that this whole thing.
And just a short response to that is this was actually a question that the Public Utilities Commission had as well about the marketing and the branding of the program. And we shared with them the materials that we've developed in other communities, which really prominently identify the town or the city as the one sending the message with a little note that says this is not a tax bill. We don't want to be confused with tax bills, and encouraging people open this letter or attend this, open this letter so that you get information. And we really work with the town to brand it so that your residents trust you and would like to hear from you. And that's an opportunity for us to make sure that you as a trusted messenger are able to deliver this information and help consumers that might be in a situation that they're not entirely aware of.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. Jamie, if we go along with this program, will every resident in town be required to participate?
No. No resident is required to participate. So there's two pieces there. First, anyone that has, so the first piece is that it becomes the default option. So just as right now, the default is you get supply from National Grid, you would shift the default to the aggregation program. Every resident has the option to move out of the aggregation program to any supplier that they choose at any time and at no cost. Just like at this moment, every consumer has the option to leave National Grid at any time. So all of the options are still available. We are just changing the default of what it would be to the aggregation program rather than National Grid.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, Jamie, follow up on that particular question. How do we make it, and I suppose we could just have the RFP written this way. Tony hit on something that concerned me personally, is that making a change for residents, and certainly if there's a cost savings here, I think it may be a very attractive thing to do. But I'll give you an example, is that I have Verizon for my cell service. It's not the cheapest cell service, but I personally believe that for how I use my cell phone, it's the best service for me. If the town said they can save me money by switching to AT&T, and no, this isn't a commercial for AT&T, but if they could save me money, but their service, or for whatever reasons, the reasons for my own, is not good for me, you've changed something that a resident didn't ask for. How do we make it, and I think the answer may just be as part of the RFP, is an opt-in, like an actual step a resident has to take to say, yes, this looks good to me, I'd like to take advantage of this, as opposed to making the decision for the resident. My example was switch my cell service to something else. Even though it's a cost savings, it may be not what I want. And that really concerns me. Can you speak to that?
Yes, and I apologize if I torture the analogy of the cell service piece, but I'm gonna try, since that was a good context for this. So just with like a cell service, is that you've gone out and chosen a cell service and said, like, you've evaluated the options, you said I want a phone, and I'm choosing Cox, or not Cox, or AT&T or Sprint or Verizon. You've actually gone out and done the research and said, this is what I'm going to get. Electricity service doesn't quite work that way, is in the sense of, if you move into a house, you don't choose whether you want electricity or not, or who your supplier is going to be. You say, National Grid, turn on my electricity, please. because nothing works without it. So there has to be a default service. There just has to be somebody that's there and always available to make sure that electricity is available. The reason why we advocate for the opt-out programs is to say that just like they didn't choose National Grid, it's what was chosen for them. Right now, we're the community choice aggregation gives you the option of saying, no, you didn't choose national. Like your default service isn't one that you get to choose. It's just what the default is. And we believe that the municipality yourselves can run this program such that the default service is one that provides both better stability and a lower rate than the alternative default service. Now, all the opt-out programs are still available. They can go to Verizon, they can go to someone else, they can go to any other power source that they desire. But electricity is such a basic utility that there has to be a default. There just has to be a basic service available.
So you make a really good point. So thank you for the clarity there. I still get to where
let me answer the other question too.
Well, let me make my point too. Is that it would seem to me that the maybe the analogy was less than clear. So thank you. Your point was really well made. At the end of the day, though, if we're changing the default, to me is there's only one choice right now. If we give another choice, I think it should truly be that, a choice, not a requirement. And I think when you make it so you automatically opt in, you've taken that choice away. Now, again, I do believe that if there's cost savings, then probably most, if not all, residents would take advantage of it. Why not? I just feel very uncomfortable of making this decision for a resident without asking them to take the step to say, yes, this makes sense to me. So that's my concern, and that's how I would want to take the next step. But truly, if there's cost savings, I think why wouldn't a resident take advantage of it? So.
Yes. So to address then the point that you brought up, and not the one that I chose to make instead, is that the reason why the opt-in program doesn't work, because the opt-in program's been available for over 2 decades, almost 3 decades now in Rhode Island, and no program has ever developed under an opt-in program. And I apologize if I'm in the weeds on this, and I'll try to make sure it's not too detailed and policy wonky, but for an opt-in program, what we would have to do is go consumer to consumer before we know what the rate is and say, do you want to join the program? And they'll ask, what's the rate? You go, well, we don't know, because the number of people that join the program is going to tell us what rate we're able to get. Because if we ask a supplier to say, we want you to bid on providing electricity to the residents of the town of Bristol, they're going to say, well, how many people are in it? And we're going to have to say, well, we don't know. We have to go door to door or mailing or what have you to tell you how many it is. And they'll say, okay, well, if you're not sure how many people are in, then we're going to give you, whatever rate that we think is worthwhile. And if you think you can only get 20% of the town to enroll, and we're bidding only on 20% of the electricity, well, we don't see a reason to, quote unquote, sharpen the pencil and give you the lowest rate, because we don't actually know what we're bidding on. It's like we're trying to buy a cow, but we don't know exactly how big that cow is or what the quality of meat is, to give another tortured analogy. The way the opt-in program allows the suppliers to say, okay, in an opt-in program, they all generally start at 80 to 85% of the town. We know the size of the town. We know what its electricity use is. We know what we're bidding on. And so we're able to give them a market rate, a rate that's below National Grid, because they know what that's going to be. And the opt-in programs have never been able to get to a size or stability that's able to get that type of price saving. So we wouldn't be able to get the benefits of an aggregation program through an optional opt-in program, because we can't get enough people in it to get the buying power that you need to get the lower rates.
So, Jamie, that makes sense. I'm not going to belabor the point, because I know that other councilors have questions. I would say that that would have to be addressed for me personally, whether how we got this information out, how we know that the public is comfortable with it, and it makes sense to them. If we're making a change for the public, I would want to know that the public wants the change. And again, the obvious, if there's a cost savings, gosh, why wouldn't you? But I don't know. And in making a change for the public, I believe, I think it should require their they're okay. But I think you clearly explained why it's necessary. Colleagues, what other questions are out there? Mary.
So I have a question, and I think it's a good point, Nathan, that I have a home phone, but I don't want my home phone bundled with cable, because I want to keep my Verizon phone that's not, going to be linked in with the other stuff for various reasons. So I think that that's important. It would be very important to make sure that there's a reason, that it's clear how much money they'd save, what the differences are, and that the service, and that's a point that you're going to too, is the service is the same. Because sometimes I get leery about going away from the original service that we've all grown up with, for example, because you want to make sure that if there's a power outage, if there's a this, if there's a that, you're always going to have electricity. You turn that switch on, you want it to work, and not because the power company. And this may be a little bit like not a good example because maybe it doesn't happen in power, but it certainly happens in other services. But one of the points that about the opt-in question that makes me wonder is can you go beyond your community? In other words, because Bristol County is such a small county of 3 towns, can they get together and opt in as one group, or 2 of those towns opt in together in neighboring communities and bring the costs down even more?
Yes. So I heard 2 questions in there. And so with the first one about the neighboring communities working together, the answer to that is yes. So, for example, right now, 4 communities are near the point of having their plans approved by the Public Utilities Commission. That's Providence, South Kingstown, Barrington, Providence, South Kingstown, Barrington, and Central Falls. And once all of those plans are approved, what we're going to do is bundle together their collective electricity needs and ask suppliers to bid on all of it together so that we increase the amount of electricity that they'll be supplying as a supplier, which then also helps them lower rates even further because they know they're getting a bigger contract. And so that is an opportunity to bring multiple communities together in order to make that happen.
I think you did. I think now that you mentioned, I think you did mention that, talk about that before. So in other words, if we were to opt in and those communities have already gotten their bundle and their price, it's certainly in our benefit to wait until you have another bundle of communities. Would that be right?
So without knowing the exact electricity supply of Bristol, my belief is that if you moved alone, you would still get savings. And yet we also have Portsmouth that'll be moving forward soon. We're optimistic that other communities will move forward, especially when they see the pricing that comes back from the first groups that go out to bid, hopefully in the next 3 to 4 months. And yet there should be another opportunity for communities to be able to work together on it.
So what are there, about 8 communities that are in the process, somewhere along the process right now?
Let's see, 5, 6. There are 7 communities that are in the process to some degree.
And are we in the process, or are we just considering? How many are in the consideration, or is that part of the 8 of the 7?
No, I did not include Bristol as part of the 7 communities that are in the process at this point. So yes, there's another round of communities that include Bristol, Warren, Pawtucket, Warwick, Cranston, that I have had, Smithfield as well, that I've had conversations with staff and to some degree with council about, with city councils about, and that are in a different place about evaluating the proposals.
So they're about, so altogether, within a few months, you could have 15 or 16, like almost half of Rhode Island cities and towns involved with this.
I hope so, yes.
Thank you.
What other questions do people have? Chief? Oh, wait a minute. Chief, before you speak, I'm sorry. I believe Tony was going to, and then I'll go to you, Chief.
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Chief. Can't hear you, sir. Can't hear you, sir.
I certainly want to thank Mr. Rhodes for being a very transparent person in his conversations with the council. So I think he professionally represents his company in his communications with this council. And I did go on to docket 5042 at the Rhode Island Public Utilities Commission, and I spent most of my time looking at the divisions intervention on this particular matter because they are the ratepayer advocate. In essence, they work for the ratepayer and they advocate for the ratepayers to make sure that they're getting a good deal. A couple of areas that the division raised that I think is important to the town council to consider. The division had concerns with what would happen with low-income customers. While I spent a decade of my life on the division side, I always advocated for low-income customers and made sure that we had good programs to make sure that they didn't get turned off. So my question would be, is that for the low-income customer group, they're called A60 in Rhode Island. It's a big group. Just so that you know, all of the utility, all of the electric funds, there's about $12 million that we all pay for the consumers that do not pay for their electricity bill. The people that walk away, that they get into a situation with National Grid for non-payment. National Grid has to be a thriving company. So the commission has said that we have to pay for shortcomings of people for bad debt allowance. So my concern would be the way it currently stands is you get your bill from National Grid. You will continue to get your bill from National Grid. They're just going to be the electricity provider. If a person only makes a partial payment, if their bill is $100 and they only send in $50, National Grid gets to keep whatever money comes in the gate first to pay for the distribution charge. The commodity, the marketeers, they have to wait. So if the person only has $50 each month to pay on their bill, that third-party supplier is never going to get paid. My question is, are you going to turn off low-income customers in the town of Bristol? Because National Grid will not unless they follow the commission's termination rules, i.e. means you can't get your service terminated in the winter. They don't want people dying in their homes with no heat. So my question would be, what assurances can you tell the council that you're going to guarantee that a low-income customer in the middle of the night is not going to have their service terminated?
Yeah, so I absolutely appreciate the question, and our conversations with the division were about very specifically what are the terms and conditions that exist within our supply agreement, and also the second question being around how to make sure those budget billing programs are still available for all of the A60 class, as well as any other programs that might exist. So the first piece is that the provision that we put into the agreement between the supplier that would serve the town of Bristol and National Grid is that somewhere between a 45 and 60 day period of non-payment would then, that customer would not be dropped from electricity supply. They would be moved back to National Grid as their supplier. And then that 45 to 60 day of non-payment is then bad debt that the supplier holds. And then what usually happens is that that's part of their business, that's part of their risk, and that they take that loss for that non-payment and transition the person from the aggregation program back to National Grid to provide their service.
Well, home run for your company. They're absorbing all of the bad debt, so you're getting the people to pay the bill. So that's a good thing that the customers aren't. But the other thing that the division recognized is would residents of Bristol, when they switch over to you, to be able to do budget billing? And what I mean by budget billing is we know in the winter you use electricity. In the summer I got the pool going, I've got the AC going, my bill is $200. It's now going to go down this month. Everything's shut down to $50. But what I do is I spread it out over 12 months. So I'm not dealing with a bill that's up and down every month. It's static. I know what my electricity bill is going to be. It's based on historical data. My understanding is that if people switch over, they're not going to be able to budget bill. Is that correct?
That's actually an open question right now. So currently one of the dockets that I did not cite to is that National Grid has proposed the terms and conditions for the municipal aggregation program, and the billing programs, the multiple billing programs is part of those terms and conditions. So the way that system works is still up for the PUC to determine. And so I can't answer the question with absolute accuracy until the Public Utilities Commission makes a ruling. Our position in that is that the budget billing should be available. This is a program that is paid for by ratepayers in our distribution rates. And regardless of who the supplier is, we're all paying into the program and should be made available to everyone. Now the approval of that position is still going to rest with the Public Utilities Commission. And I can't absolutely say with 100% certainty that will be the case until they make their ruling.
And the third issue is and like I said, I repeat, you're a very transparent, representative of the company. There's a statute out in the state that allows what they call the arrearage management plan, which means when low-income customers get behind, if they agree to certain tenets of the plan and they stay on, they get arrearage forgived. And it's a way to help people that might have lost their job. They're coming through COVID, and it allows them to kind of get that huge arrearage off of their back, and they can move forward. My understanding is that Bristol residents will not be able to utilize the arrearage if they sign up with your program. Someone that lost their job, they're not going to be able to get entry into that special program.
So yes, to that issue, this is one that when it was brought up by the division in our first conversation with them, our understanding as well is because that's a statutory program and it's not a commission program, that is absolutely correct. That I do not believe that program will be available to low-income residents through an aggregation program. So once again, in recognizing that, what we talked about with the division is to include in our outreach materials during the opt-out phase, where every resident has the opportunity to never participate in the program, to include explicitly to consumers that this program will not be available to you. And thus saying, if this is a program that either you participate in now or would want to make sure that it's still available to you, do not participate in the program. We would want to be transparent on that front so that residents can make the best decision for themselves.
Okay. I would just recommend to the council that low-income customers around the A60 rate are probably better served by staying as National Grid customers. If they certainly can beat the street with National Grid standard offer price, then they may be a benefit for the town, but the proof's in what the results of the RFP. But if I had to tell the council to best educate our low income customers that qualify for the A60 rate with National Grid, we could be doing them a disservice because there's statutory provisions that allow these people, certain discounts and certain programs that are beneficial to them that have historically been passed by the General Assembly in the Commission. And lastly, I'll just say there's an article today in the Projo. So when you do get the RFP back, the way National Grid and the public utilities do it, there's really two rates. There's 2 6-month periods that they evaluate. So in the summertime, it's 8.3 cents a kilowatt. That's kind of been the norm, the average for the last few years. And then in the winter, it always historically goes up and goes down in the spring, the summer months, because there's pipeline constraint. All of our electricity plants are operated by natural gas. So therefore, there's a spike because there's a restraint and there's obviously a demand. So when you're looking at your pricing, if you get the quote that comes in on the winter time, in the current standard offer with National Grid is 10.4 cents a kilowatt an hour. No, historically, it's going to drop as soon as the spring and the winter come. So look for that blend. So for the blend for the last 12 months, it's been 8.3 and 10.4 cents. So that will be a gauge for whether or not we're truly saving Bristolians money. But I do want to say that Good Energy is in good standing with the Public Utilities Commission and the division. And as I said, I think Mr. Rhodes is an extremely ethical representative of that company.
But Chief, I believe that whatever we end up doing, you will be intimately involved, whether you want to or not, sir.
1 year revolving door is up, so I may have to charge a consulting fee.
There may be a cost savings on that. So, okay. So what I've heard is the concerns that have already been expressed. I think we know nothing until we go out to RFP. That would seem like an appropriate next step. I certainly would ask that the chief be seriously, directly involved and through the administrator's office in regards to this. I would also ask that that my questions and other questions that were asked are addressed directly. And how would we make sure that the public is clearly aware of what is being offered and there are opportunities to take advantage or not take advantage. But at the moment, it sounds like we've got a lot to at least consider, but we have nothing to consider unless we go out to RFP. So I would ask, is there any objection to going out to RFP? And if not, maybe there's a motion to refer to, I would assume, the administrator with the police chief. You're welcome, chief. And of course, the solicitor to take next steps for an RFP, if that sounds appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Tony, second.
So there's a motion and a second. You heard it all. Is there any discussion?
Oh, there's, I see somebody on here that has their hand raised. I don't know if that was from the last call, Mark Dietrich, or if it's about this one.
I did not see that. Thank you for pointing that out, Mary. So we are in the discussion portion. We have a motion and a second to refer, but I am going to click on marked. I don't know if you were hoping to speak on this particular issue, Mark, but if you could please state your name and address for the record and ask your question or comment.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Mark Dietrich, 23 Naomi Street in Bristol. And I just wanted to give you a better example of someone who may not want to move forward with this. So I happen to be one of the people in Bristol that's has solar residential. And I would be really curious to know whether I could even buy into this, given that I have a contract with, I assume it's National Grid, to sell power back to them. And I still have 11 years on that contract. I was digging through the documents as you were talking, and I couldn't find anything that mentioned that. But I'd be curious if Jamie has any feedback on that.
Jamie?
Yes, I do have feedback on that, as well as a solar panel installer myself with a significantly long contract to sell my power. And so this program does not affect your contract to National Grid for them to purchase your power. The program only impacts the electricity that you would purchase for those cloudy days or days that you are utilizing the grid for the supply of electricity services. You would be able to avail yourself of the lower aggregation rate and continue to participate in the aggregation program. And National Grid will still purchase the power that you generate at the contracted rate that you have.
Sounds like a win-win then. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other easy questions to answer? So, thank you. Thanks for the question, Mark. All right. Was there any other discussion? Thanks for pointing that out too, Mary. All right. Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Chief.
The next item is item I1 from the chairman regarding the purchase and sale agreement for the town property located at 6 through 40 Gooding Avenue. There is a late item presented by Emily and Edward Bernard and others, which was previously provided to the council in February of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is, and Mr. Solicitor, please weigh in at any point in anything that needs clarity. This, of course, is the purchase and sales agreement for Gooding Plaza, for lack of a better term on it. And it has been something that has been worked on for quite a long time here. What's in front of us this evening is a selling price of approximately $2.8 million. On the purchase and sales, there are requirements on both sides. I'm going to just give you a few. I think they're worth pointing out to us and also, more importantly, the public. This council felt it very important. Actually, that's not fair. This town felt it very important that the greening of the parking lot, that means the islands inside the parking lot with trees and shrubs, to help clean water and runoff and keep it out of our waterways. And if the water does actually make it there, it's cleaner. Additional drainage over there, guaranteed parking for commuter drivers and, of course, our firefighters. Improvements to the facade of the building, the current building where Dunkin' Donuts and Dollar General, such and so forth, is, and then, of course, additional to that. It's also dependent, the selling is dependent on approval of a curb cut. That is not this council's approval. That actually would, the next step would go to the planning board, which would, of course, have its normal public hearings in regards to that. So that is the basic rundown of it. I believe, and I think we all believe, there's small business benefit here. There's a lot of small business benefiting from that, and then that increased and cleaned up area is all in all a wonderful thing. Of course, that goes back on the tax rolls directly. and we would see tax revenues from that. And I'll also remind the council that we had some great discussion, this council, talking about putting that money in a restricted account and have more discussion about what opportunities we could do with that. And that's a myriad of things that could be out there. I'd like to just one thing is I know that residents were represented at a recent meeting and talked about some concerns about the curb cut. And of course, again, this is not being approved this evening, and the purchase and sales agreement is dependent on it, meaning if the purchaser does not get their approval, then they can walk away from the purchase and sales agreement. But a lot of discussion was brought forth about the surrounding neighbors, and of course anybody who uses the road, but particularly the surrounding neighbors of that area. There was questions and concerns about line of sight. There was questions and concerns about how narrow the road is. So the town paid for a traffic study, which is included with your documentation, and of course would be forwarded off to the planning board. And it includes recommendations on improvements. The purchase and sales also includes dollars from both the town guarantee and the purchaser guarantee to pay for those improvements. And then I'm not talking about the curb cut, I'm talking about improvements to Naomi. So it is wider, so it's safer, and we'll deal with some of, I don't want to speak for the residents on that, but it will deal with those line of sights. Lastly, I understand that one of the questions may have been about where do the trucks go? And I've been an integral part of these conversations, and I must tell you that everyone involved on the town end was very concerned about that too. And part of the recommendation would be that all truck travel that would use this would stay at that curb cut towards Gooding. So no one wants the traffic to go down Naomi. Naomi's not a road that's designed for that, number one. And number two, it's a heavily residential area. There's no purpose or point. Gooding is a much more appropriate truck route, and that was a big part of the conversation. Mike, did I skip anything that I should have shared?
You are very all-inclusive, Mr. Chairman, and that's probably because you were the head of the town's negotiating team that spent many months negotiating this multi-page document. You were intimately involved with the help of the town administrator, Steve Contenti, and of course, Diane Williamson over at Community Development and Planning. So the town team was well represented, and many of the concerns that the town has had over the years about that entire plaza were addressed paragraph by paragraph. And you mentioned a number of them: water quality issues, the greening of the plaza, the changing and upgrading of the facades, the fact that there will be tax revenue to the town because it wouldn't be the town owning it anymore, it would be the developer owning it. So in addition to the $2.8 million, there's going to be additional tax revenue to the town. The issue of the curb cut was one that we spent many, many hours on. And in the document itself, this purchase and sales agreement, it makes it clear that the curb cut, if it were to be approved by the planning board, would have to be consistent with all of the conditions set forth in that traffic study report. So we will be forwarding that on to the planning board, and everyone in the town of Bristol is going to have the opportunity to comment on that or attend that planning board meeting, so the planning board can have the benefit of their input as to whether or not this is a good idea or a bad idea or not. I do want to point out something that I think is very important, that presently the town is in a lease with Gooding Realty. That lease has several more decades to go. It was a lease that was entered into, it's one of those 99-year type leases that was entered into long, long ago. It still has decades more on it. Assuming, and we don't want this to happen, but if in fact the purchase and sales agreement for some reason were to fall through, the lease itself provides that Gooding has the right to request multiple curb cuts on Naomi. And that's the language that's in the lease. So the process of amending the master plan and going before the planning board would take place regardless.
The good thing about going this route with the purchase and sales agreement is that there are a number of benefits that the town would derive that we would not derive if, in fact, we went the route of staying with the lease. We'd miss out on all of those very positive improvements, Mr. Chairman, that you referenced. And at the same time, they would still have the opportunity to go forward on the curb cut. I think it's critical that the planning board spends a good amount of time on the whole issue of this curb cut. We have built in some conditions into that curb cut. And as a matter of fact, if someone's going to make a motion this evening, before they make the motion, I'm going to ask for an amendment on one of the words, because right now it says large trucks may not turn right when exiting the property. I want to change that word to shall not turn right, so that it's absolutely clear that there's no wiggle room. It'll be a shall, not a may. And hopefully that will address, in large part, the issue and the concern of having trucks go down the road. We will prevent that from happening right up front in this purchase and sales agreement.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. Questions from the council?
Mr. Chairman, this is Aaron Lay.
Sir, go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Solicitor, I just, when you're referring to that, adding that specific language about shall not turn right onto Naomi going southbound, are you referring to, there's this section D, subsection 4, and then section D, subsection 5?
I'm talking about D5, yes.
Okay, so
it's the second to last sentence.
It is
where it says many. That's a typo. Many, that was supposed to be may. We would change the word many, or what should be may, to shall. You see that
So
at the bottom of,
possibility.
right at the bottom of paragraph 5.
Okay, it says it is agreed that the curb cut shall be used for ingress and egress.
Correct.
And shall be unrestricted as to type of vehicle and unrestricted with respect to direction of ingress and egress, consistent with the pair traffic assessment.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not looking at the most updated. I don't know if you got it in a late item. Let me tell you what it now reads. Unrestricted with respect to direction of ingress and egress, except that large trucks shall not turn right when exiting the property.
Okay.
So we've got that, and that's how I would recommend that you make the motion. It further goes on to reference the PA traffic assessment, and that assessment is actually attached as an exhibit, so it's included in the agreement. And in very good detail, that traffic report explains why that prohibition is in there. So not only is it explicitly stated in the purchase and sales agreement, it is also further elaborated upon in the traffic study, which is incorporated and made part of the agreement.
Thank you. Aaron I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said thank you. You're good. Okay. All right. What other questions does council have? Okay.
A quick reminder, this has been going on for a long time for it not to have a purchase and sales agreement. I know that the issue, and I think the neighborhood and the petition that they've submitted, the fact that they will have the hearing and can have the hearing before the planning board, because this has been, what, close to a year, Mike? Is that?
Yes, it has been, Mary.
Last fall. Thank you.
So what's this council's pleasure? We would need a motion to approve, if this council agrees, the purchase and sales with the suggested amendments, with the proposed amendment from the solicitor.
Mr. Chairman, Tony Dixera, I move that we approve it.
As amended.
As amended.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion. And Chairman, I just wanted to make sure that the residents will have a chance to speak, and it sounds like that will be addressed at the planning board. So my questions were answered just to make sure that they had the Naomi Street address.
So yes, they definitely will, but we are in discussion period, and I wanted to have the motion and second in the direction of the council. And I can see that Mr. and potentially Mrs. Bernard are on here, so I'm going to click on them to give them an opportunity to share their thoughts in just a second, but I wanted to hear it from the council first. Anything else? No. All right. So Chris, if you could help me, if you could give Mr. and Mrs. Bernard the opportunity to share. And if you could please, if it is both or just one, I'm not sure it shows both. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Edward Spinard, 35 Dartmouth Street. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would also thank Ms. Williamson in terms of her help. She's been helpful in terms of understanding what our concerns are and explaining what the proposal is.
Thank you for sharing that.
I would like to begin by asking a question in the sense that my interpretation of this agreement is that the agreement is already saying that there will be a curb cut and that it's based on the assessment that was done by PAR in terms of trying to restrict truck traffic. My question is that my interpretation correct, that the agreement says that there will be a curb cut prior to any discussion before the planning board?
I can perhaps answer that. No, specifically, it does not say that. It says that the town must approve a curb cut on Naomi Street. The town meaning the planning board going through the master plan approval process and the council, because no curb cut can be approved without the council. So it's really a two-step process. So what it does is it gives Gooding Realty the right to apply, go through the process by seeking an amendment to their master plan to show the planning board and convince them why a curb cut should be allowed. The planning board could say yes, or the planning board could say no. And that's where the public debate, so to speak, will take place on this curb cut. If the planning board says no, the purchase and sales agreement does not go forward, the lease remains in place, and we just continue along those lines. Now, as I said earlier, they still can ask for the curb cut under the terms of the lease, but obviously if they say yes, there'll be conditions imposed. The master plan will have to be amended, and if it is amended, it will be amended pursuant to the conditions that the planning board places on it. All you're doing in this agreement is saying that they've got the right to go forward to do it, but if it doesn't happen, they get to back out of the agreement, and therefore they don't have to pay the 2.8 mil, and they don't have to do the greening and all the other things that were mentioned.
So the confusion that I have is in item number 5. It said, it is agreed that the curb cut shall be used for ingress and egress and shall be unrestricted to the type of vehicles and unrestricted with respect to direction of ingress and egress. And I understand there's an amendment to that. But the question is, why is that even put in the agreement before it is that the master plan is presented to the town regulatory boards, and that is assessed by them and by the public. I just don't understand why that is actually put into the agreement.
That language simply parrots language in the PA traffic report, which is made part of the agreement. That is what they are recommending. The question is whether that'll be acceptable to the planning board.
With all due respect, that is incorrect. The PA study does not say anything about ingress and egress and unrestricted types of vehicles and unrestricted with respect to direction. The PA report, by the way, does not even recommend this curb cut. Okay, what it says is that there are improvements that need to be made on the intersection of Naomi Street and Gooden Avenue. It also suggests, but it doesn't recommend, that if in fact this curb cut is examined and looked at in terms of safety issues, and the planning board looks at those issues, then it should only be a left-hand turn. That's what it says. And the question then is, why is this curb cut necessary? In other words, if you're coming out of Gooden Plaza, taking a left-hand turn, you're being directed back to Gooden Avenue. You already have 4 entrances and exits on Gooden Avenue, which are much more easier to navigate than this is.
Mike, may I would ask that you could address it. I heard Mr. Spenard ask, and he didn't say these words, but I hear paraphrasing, is there a guarantee they're getting a curb cut? And obviously he did not say those exact words, but I'm hearing him. It seems as though it feels like the purchase and sales agreement would be some kind of prerequisite or guarantee, something along that line. Can you speak to that?
It is absolutely not a guarantee. Clearly, it's something that's desired by Gooden Realty in return for them paying the $2.8 million and doing the other improvements, which is why it's all in there in the first place. But if you look at paragraph 4, it clearly says that the town has to approve the curb cut. And that's a 2-step process. First, the planning board amendment, and then the council voting on it. So, in fact, there will be 2 forums in which the public will be able to participate and to express their opinions to both the planning board and the council as to whether or not that curb cut goes forward. And as I've stated, if it doesn't go forward, the remedy is that Gooden Realty does not have to go through with this purchase and sales agreement. There are a lot of discussions which will come out during the presentation to the planning board as to the need for a curb cut, why they feel that their development of the plaza for the future depends upon having that curb cut. Now, they have to convince the planning board of that. And the planning board is obviously going to be listening not only to them, but they'll be listening to the individuals on Naomi Street who have a contrary opinion.
Thank you.
So, and again, thank you for clarifying that. But so why is that sentence, why is that provision necessary? Because the implication is that a curb cut can be granted, and that if it is, then there's unrestricted access. And so I don't understand why you even have to put that there. And you refer to the number 4, and what number 4 says to me is that if in fact the town doesn't approve of the curb cut, then Gooden Realty has no obligation whatsoever to do anything that they have indicated that they would do in paragraphs D, 1, 2, and 3.
That is correct. That is a correct reading. Yes.
Okay. So then why is it necessary to put in number 5 this whole discussion about a curb cut. You have indicated that that has to be reviewed by the planning board and perhaps the zoning board, and then based on those discussions, they will make a determination as to whether a curb cut is necessary or not. The concern is that there are some real serious safety issues associated with this. You have an undersized residential street. You have a sidewalk that's undersized. And so there are very serious safety issues that need to be considered. And all we're asking is that those safety issues be brought before the planning board. And so I don't understand why we have to have that sentence saying that it is agreed.
Mike, could you speak again? I don't think Mr. Spinard needs me to clarify his statements. I would love clarity for all about the why is it in there, and I'm looking at a particular line on here that speaks to, and I'm obviously leading to something, that part of the purchase and sales agreement is incumbent, if approved, there are dollars that both the town and the purchaser will spend, and it's part of the purchase and sales to improve that area if, and I think that's a key word there, if a curb cut is approved by the planning board. Can you speak to that?
Sure. It really comes down to the negotiating process and the give and take between the town and Gooding Realty in terms of paragraph by paragraph, what was added, what was taken out. As you can imagine, there are many earlier versions of this agreement. There are many things that were not acceptable to the town, which were deleted. There were things that the developer said that for them, they had to have it in there. This is one of the areas that they felt very strongly that before they made the commitment of dollars and all the promises, that this is something that they would need. And we basically said to them, look, the only way we can agree to this is if you go through the process like anyone else who is developing a shopping plaza in town. If they wanted to add a new ingress or egress, you have to go through the process of amending your master plan. And that's a very public process. It's a process which is very transparent and very inclusive, because obviously the developer will be there making their presentation with their experts, and anyone else who has concerns will have the opportunity to do the same. The planning board will then either vote it up or down. If it does vote it up, it still has to come back to the council, because then the council has a shot at it. Once again, the public will have the opportunity to be heard. So although the document is written with all these references to this curb cut, the process is such that it cannot be approved unless two town bodies approve it. And in both cases, the public will have the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Mike.
And so I apologize, but I still don't understand why it needs to be included. We have, again, we have not addressed the safety issues in reference to having truck traffic come onto Naomi Street on an undersized residential street, and the real safety concerns. The past study only addressed one of those concerns, which was sight distance, which, by the way, they reference a table that relates to passenger cars, not trucks. I just don't understand why we have to say that. I agree with everything that you're saying, that it has to go before the development board, etc. But it's like me asking to put in a sentence saying that the residents are very concerned about the safety of this, and that we would want these concerns to be addressed in full as part of this purchase and sales agreement.
So I think the town actually address that issue of the safety concerns of the residents on Naomi Street when it decided to spend taxpayer dollars to commission a traffic study to address the safety concerns. Now, whether or not it has done it in a way that convinces the planning board that all safety issues have been addressed is a subject for another meeting. And it may very well be that the planning board says we need more. But I think the town made a very good faith effort in going out prior to this agreement coming before the council this evening of engaging PAR to do this report, and we felt in negotiating this agreement so strongly about it that we actually incorporated it into the agreement, referenced it, made an exhibit, and to show that this is a concern and it is something that will have to be vetted now at the planning board. So I do think the town has made a very good effort along those lines.
So with all due respect, that is an assessment. It's not a study. And there's a very distinction between those two words in my profession. Okay, an assessment is an assessment. A study looks at purpose and need. It looks at safety. It looks at the traffic generation that could be coming from that development. None of these issues have been addressed. And again, with all due respect, that study is very good at identifying what needs to be done at the intersection of Naomi and Gooding Avenue, regardless of whether that curb cut is there or not. It speaks nothing to the curb cut. It does not recommend the curb cut. It only identifies one issue in terms of safety, that's sight distance. There's a heck of a lot more things that need to be looked at. And so why do you put that in there? And if you want to put that in there, then why don't you put also about the safety concerns that the neighbors have that needs to be seriously considered?
Mr. Spinard, it sounds like I would imagine you'll be attending the planning board meeting to share your concerns for you and your neighbors. That's the place where that needs to happen. And I believe that you've expressed your concerns well. I think the solicitor is certainly responded to some of your concerns, but certainly those safety concerns were addressed in the belief of the town, but ultimately they need to be addressed by the planning board, and you'll have, and so will everybody else, the opportunity to express your concerns about safety and otherwise, certainly. But that is certainly the next step, as the solicitor rightly pointed out. And I asked him to share, actually address your concern directly on the record to say there's no guarantee of a curb cut. Obviously, a lot of effort was done to make sure that it was an appropriate next step, but there is certainly no guarantee, and that's on the record this evening. And there are two other people with their hands raised that I really would also like to address. I believe the solicitor answered your questions. I understand they may not address the safety concern, but honestly, I don't think he should. I believe that would be a direct discussion with the planning board, a very appropriate place to have that.
Yes, I would like to address the council.
Could you state your name and address for the...
Emily Spinard, 35 Dartmouth Street.
Thank you.
I know we have been at this for almost a year, and we have appeared in front of the town council a few times. The first time was in January, and we were able to speak a bit about our safety, about our concerns due to safety. And you said, well, maybe there would be a continuance on the petition to have a curb cut. And you suggested we go speak with Diane and Kevin McBride, which we did. And both Kevin McBride and Diane said, yeah, it has to go through proper channels, meaning planning.
Okay.
And that was written up for the March 11th meeting. At the March 11th meeting, we were not able to speak because the petitioner at the last minute withdrew his petition for that meeting. My husband attempted to speak, saying, when are we going to be heard? And at that meeting, you guaranteed that we would be heard. And that's all we have heard. We will be heard, and we're still not being heard. And my other concerns are, at the January meeting, Mr. Culero, you said after the engineer, the town's engineer, looked at the site plan, which really was not a site plan, or the proposal of the curb cut, you said there will be no trucks. Trucks were off the record. And here we are now with this purchase and sales agreement saying there will be unrestricted vehicles going down into Naomi Street, meaning trucks. There will be unrestricted turns. So right from the get-go, it seems like we have heard so many contradictions. No trucks, no trucks. Only right hand out, right hand in, left hand out. And now we see this purchase and sales agreement saying unrestricted everything. And quite frankly, I view a purchase and sales agreement, even though I'm not a lawyer, as a contract. Once I sign this, I am bound by the stipulations. So if you are signing it and they don't get their curb cut, I mean, it seems like they are given a curb cut regardless of planning.
No.
On March the 6th.
Not. No, we can't.
You know what? I can be wrong, but on March.
No. That's not my point. Is that certainly neither you nor I are attorneys, but Mike is, and that purchase and sales agreement. And Mike, please stop me or correct me if you disagree with anything. Is the agreement with the cost sharing, with all the other things that we went over, so I won't go all over them. But there's no guarantee, and there shouldn't be. In fact, there was a lot of effort and time spent on exactly that. Is that what is the next step, and how do you do this? That it goes through the process. You have an opportunity to share your concerns and thoughts. And I think it's also fair to say that this council and the town is going to take steps to make sure that it is safe. The benefits, the overall benefit is the sale of the property, increased tax revenues, which it goes to all of us, right? These opportunities improve the area, but your husband's point and your point is not missed, and certainly with all of this discussion, is safety, right? Is this appropriate? And that is why the planning board is there. They're the ones who look at this, and as the solicitor Mike had pointed out, it's going to come back in front of us too. So the purchase and sales is definitely not a guarantee. It can't be a guarantee. Mike, please reiterate that, please.
Well, it's not a guarantee because it's written in pretty clearly that the purchase and sales agreement's null and void without the curb cut. So, if
it's null and void for them. So, in other words, in which paragraph exactly are you referring to with the sales agreement? Can you kindly repeat that, please?
Which part are you speaking?
Which says it's null and void. I'm on page 6.
Mike's looking it up for you. Just one moment.
Pardon me?
Mike is checking for you. One moment.
But, Mr. Culero, what happened to the no trucks?
What happened to the no trucks?
You said in January at the meeting, trucks were off the table. Now they're on the road.
Mike, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, and Diane's on the call too. The initial conversation.
I have the transcripts from the meetings. I have everything that was said.
You're
And I
suggesting.
also have Diane's memo from March 6th to actually to the town administrator.
Sure.
And I can read it verbatim.
No, I actually, because I don't disagree with you. So, Diane, could you remind us when that changed and why? I'm talking about the trucks. That's the specific question from Mrs. Spinard.
If I recall correctly, and I don't unfortunately have all my files with me here, but there was a petition for a curb cut. There was no proposed widening of Naomi, which was a concern if you were looking for trucks. So the trucks were not something that we supported without a widening. And second part of this, which was part of the catalyst for getting the traffic assessment, was the cost sharing. And we knew that we wanted to spell out, I'll say almost the maximum amount of infrastructure improvements that might be required so that we could decide on the cost sharing, figure out a cost estimate. There was a lot of discussion about the future widening and the left turning lane, but we didn't really have any information that would give us the ability to make decisions about whether it was feasible within the existing right-of-way, whether or not it would require any property taking, whether or not, it could be done at all. So it was sort of the need for the feasibility study assessment, traffic assessment, and also what the cost would be so that we could negotiate the cost sharing that you see in this agreement. And so I think negotiations and conversations after that March meeting, it was sort of like, well, if there might be an expectation that trucks will use this driveway, then let's look at this with an expectation that trucks may be part of the applicant's ask to the planning board, and let's look at what might be required for the widening at Gooding so that we can look at this and have a better picture of not only what that would look like in terms of infrastructure, but also cost. And I think the one thing that I did speak to Mr. Spinard about earlier this week, the purchase and sales agreement that the council received, that I believe the Spinards received, was not the one that was amended tonight. And I think some of the confusion is that it left it open-ended, that trucks could go in and out, ingress, egress, right or left out of the exit driveway, and that's not the case. And so that was an amendment that was made that I don't think the Spinards were aware of because they had an earlier iteration. So the trucks, if they are allowed through the planning boards, if it's designed well and everything is mitigated with safety impacts, there's still the concern that they not go down Naomi Street as a residential neighborhood and not a truck route at all. So I think the evolution of the trucks was to help us is look at this, and I'll say almost like not a worst case scenario, but sort of like if the DeLeos, if the Gooding Realty folks decide that they want to petition for trucks to come through, what would that look like as, the most need potentially for that intersection to be improved?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I understand everything Diane just said. The PAR assessment dealt with the end of Naomi Street and made it somewhat wider, which probably should be done regardless. It never said anything about the curb. The PAR assessment did not take into account any future traffic coming out of the Gooding Plaza. And mainly, and it did say, but maybe some people don't realize it, it was this assessment, counting the cars was done in May, right during phase 1 of COVID. So it's not really accurate. However, PAR did say that the amount of traffic was less than because of COVID. You know, again, since January, we have tried to address safety concerns, and it is not in this agreement. And I'm asking, you know what? You're giving them this egress, unrestricted egress. You're giving them this unrestricted vehicle type. Where are the stipulations for the safety of the neighborhood, the safety of the children who walk this, the high school kids, the elderly who walk on the sidewalk? Where is that stipulated in this purchase and sales agreement? You know, I really am speaking very pointedly because it's quite serious. The children are on Naomi Street, getting on a school bus. I want you to close your eyes and I want you to see trucks coming down Naomi Street, 17 feet wide. I'm sorry, there is a safety issue, and really our concerns, we had a petition with 60 signatures that has been ignored. That should be in that purchase and sales agreement also. And why wasn't it put in front of the planning board first? Anyone in this town wants to do anything and must go through the proper process. And that's what we were asking from the get-go also. Why are they being treated differently? I am not comfortable with this purchase and sales agreement as written with that stipulation, because you know what? I don't know what that is going to mean in the end. It could be they go to planning and they say, you know what? We were given this and now we have it. I think you need to just stop, take that clause out, and then proceed.
Thank you. Mike?
I just wanted to clarify something. I think it's important for the record that I don't want people who are viewing or the Spinads to believe that there are going to be 18-wheeler trucks going down Naomi Street. We've already made a decision for the planning board up front that they can't even consider that. Those trucks cannot make a right when they leave that plaza, even if they give them a curb cut. So that's one of the safety checks or safety valves that are in this agreement. The planning board, even if it wanted to, would not be able to allow those trucks to go to the right and into that neighborhood. We're assuring everyone up front that it can only go to the left towards Gooding. So I want to be sure everyone understands that.
But you know what? It does not say it in the purchase and sales agreement.
It does. It absolutely.
It says unrestricted vehicle type. And I like to address another issue too. So they're saying, oh, we'll take a left out and we'll take a right into Naomi Street. Well, you know, I thought about that. Why would anyone want to make two turns to get into the plaza and not go directly from Gooding Avenue and make only one turn? It's just not, I can't even think of the correct word. It boggles my mind.
But the motion on the floor specifically says that trucks may not turn right when exiting the property from Naomi. So the motion has amended the language to make it very clear. The word is shall. So that means it's prohibited. I don't see that as being a problem. There may be other issues that you will want to raise with the planning board regarding safety, etc. I'm sure there are many issues that the planning board will have to consider. Sure. But we are assuring right up front that trucks are not going to be driving through that neighborhood.
You know what? I'm not assured. I went yesterday to try to get this assessment. And now and of course the purchase and sales agreement. And now, there's an amendment. Well, I'm a person who needs to read what the amendment says. I don't think you should go forward. I would like to read it because I'm overly concerned. I am overly concerned with everyone who has to walk that street. And furthermore, there is a very strong possibility you are going to increase traffic flow. And when you increase traffic flow, you are actually going against zoning because you are changing the character of our neighborhood. This is a residential neighborhood. And when the neighbors who were opposed to the Dunkin' Donut freestand at the plaza, they were afforded going in front of planning, going in front of zoning, and I believe in front of the town council. We are asking the same courtesy, and we're not getting it. Please do not go forward with this purchase and sales agreement as is. I am, at this point, alerting this council to our concerns of safety with allowing this curb cut from Gooding Plaza onto a 17-foot substandard residential street with narrow sidewalks blocked with poles, increasing traffic volume, and now introducing truck volume poses a serious risk, especially to the pedestrians. As I have said, residents, the elderly, our high school kids, walk Naomi Street. It's a bus stop for elementary children. I know none of us want to risk harm to anyone. That is why this curb cut clause should be removed from the purchase and sales agreement. And if it is not, and goes forward, the town may become liable for any type of accident.
So, Mary, before, yes, go ahead, Mary, because I want to allow two other people to speak, and I'd like to just.
I just wanted to ask if it's possible for Mike to take a picture of that particular section, since it seems like the most of us, or that the Spinards have a different version, and if you could just take a picture and send it to them right now, then maybe they could see that section in writing. So it's just a thought that I had.
It should be part of the late items. Lou, doesn't the council have this?
It's always a late item.
I think that may have been left off in error. I'm not sure. There was more late items in this agenda than there have been for the rest of the entire year. So it was very difficult to keep track of all them, and many things came in well after the agenda deadline was closed. So if I missed something, I apologize profusely, but it was very hard to keep track of this. This had 4 or 5 changes within 1 week. So
I understand.
Would the Spinards have gotten the late item?
I don't know which version they have. They may have had they had the best version that I had when they came. At the
time, right? Yeah. At the time, it's changed since then because we have added language that specifically says in paragraph 5 that the trucks may not turn right when exiting the property. It's there. It's explicit. I'm making that representation to the council. I would never have the council president or the town administrator sign the document. And as a matter of fact, that's why I made sure that the motion included that language so that there's no question that trucks are not going to be allowed up into that neighborhood. They will not be allowed to take a right. The planning board has no discretion. The council, when it comes back to you, if it does, will also have to be bound by the terms. So I just want to assure everyone that left only with the trucks.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you.
I would like to see that.
I mean, could you just take a quick photo of that? And
I can take a photo of it. I'm going to need an email address or a text. I'm more than happy to take a photo of it, but I need to know who to send it to and where. And
Mike, how about this, Mike? Is that I think the best that we can do at the moment. Could you read that paragraph in full? Is that possible?
I certainly can.
Thank you.
All right. Paragraph 6D5 reads as follows. Purchasers shall contribute 50% of the cost of the road improvements and curb cut described above, up to but not more than an amount of $75,000 to be paid upon completion. That sentence was not changed. Any cost to complete improvements and curb cut that exceed $150,000 will be borne entirely by the town. That sentence has not changed. This next sentence is the one that has been changed. It is agreed that the curb cut shall be used for ingress and egress and shall be unrestricted as to type of vehicle and unrestricted with respect to direction of ingress. And here's the change, except that large trucks may not turn right when exiting the property. This is consistent with the PAR traffic assessment as set forth in Exhibit C. And the PAR assessment makes that same point about no left turn.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, about only a left turn, no right turn.
So I'm going to give, we have a couple of other people that have their hand raised. I'd like to give them an opportunity to speak. Mark Dietrich was one.
Yep, thank you, everybody, and thank you for the education tonight about it. I think a lot of my questions are going to head towards the planning board, but I do have a couple points I just want to bring up to the council. And Mark Dietrich, once again, at 23 Naomi Street.
Thank you.
The first is, I mean, if the goal of this, the language you just read, Mike, I believe was your name, is to keep trucks effectively on the northern part of Naomi Street. Why wouldn't we do the reciprocal too, which is not make it possible for them to turn left off Naomi Street into this curb cut? I guess that's the first question. I got another one after that.
They can't come up Naomi. They couldn't take a left because then we're going to restrict that traffic in that residential area. Said another way.
So you're going to stop all large trucks from traveling the southern part of Naomi Street.
I would be very uncomfortable. Mike, could you, that was not part of the purchase and sales agreement or anything else.
That's not there, but I can't even fathom how that could happen. Why would trucks be coming from the southern end of Naomi when the truck traffic, it just doesn't make sense that trucks
I can tell you that they do.
And just to finish, if in fact that's a concern, for instance, there's no reason why the planning board couldn't make that a condition before it approves a curb cut.
Certainly.
Okay. I mean, I can tell you that Naomi Street's definitely a cut through, and I can tell you that large trucks use it all the time. So if you're telling us that that's something we ask for, that's great. I mean, we could make it restricted on the southern part. I guess the second point I want to bring to the council's attention is just, as I said, Naomi Street is known as a cut through, and speed continues to be a problem. And I know that earlier in this agenda you spoke to somebody else about speed. I just wanted to raise it again that it continues to be a problem on Naomi Street, and I think I have to admit I've not seen the PAR study. I certainly go hunting it down, but I've been involved in bicycle advocacy for 2 decades now. And one of the things I often find with these studies is that they have almost zero mention and zero focus on pedestrians, cyclists, people in wheelchairs, kind of the other half. They're typically focused purely on automobile traffic. And my concern is that, as other people have pointed out, is that, having an opportunity to sit at home, and I've spent a lot of time working because of COVID at home, I see herds of students, especially from the high school, actually walking down to Gooding Plaza. And, as we said, there are also elementary school students that are along there. So I really think that it's critical, and why I bring it up to the council is that, did we ever pass a complete streets resolution in Bristol? I was trying to look for it and I couldn't find it.
No.
No? Okay.
No, we never did, no.
So at some point it'd be great to get that back on the council, or to get that back on the table.
Mark, I want to make sure we stay on point here, and
Yep,
not that your points aren't valid ones, it's just relation to the time. So
just to make sure that we're looking at pedestrians and cyclists and things other than cars. That was my main point.
Okay, thank you. I had one more that had their hand raised, which it says Galaxy S10e. So if you could state your full name and address for the record, please. We can't hear you. Hello? Okay, I'm sorry. So we're going to go to one last person, which was Nathan Gritter. I hope I'm saying that correct.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could state your full name and address for the record, please.
Nathan Kreider. I live at 17 Andrews Court, Bristol, Rhode Island. I want to start by thanking everyone for their time. It's very late. You guys are very gracious for everything that you do. I just want to kind of reiterate what a lot of people have said. Regardless of how Naomi is zoned or viewed, I can't even believe that this is being considered. Naomi was not envisioned or constructed to support construction, activities, commercial activities like this. Naomi is a very narrow residential street that's inadequate as it stands now. It does not properly support the current traffic pattern. Increasing its usage for large truck traffic can be catastrophic. Obviously, you've heard many people bring up the safety hazards. As someone who lives on Andrews Court, I'm very concerned because I live on the northern part of the street that this curb cut or whatever will come right out in front of my street, regardless of whether or not truck traffic drives down south past the high school or not. It will certainly impact the top of the street and will certainly impact how residents access the neighborhoods. So that's a massive concern of mine. Homeowners are certainly going to be affected one way or another by the noise. Truck traffic is incredibly noisy, dirty, and lots of pollutants. So I'm very worried about noise concerns, Jake brakes, and stuff like that. And I love all the legal jargon, and you can reassure everyone all you want, but people are people, and people make mistakes. And large truck drivers, I know for a fact, go where they want, when they want. They get lost, they get confused, they get tired, and they end up driving where they're not supposed to drive. People break laws and do dumb things all the time. So please consider that. And again, all these safety concerns, like these people have said, lots of kids, lots of residences, and I'm a homeowner on Andrews Court who has children, and other children are in those neighborhoods. So I'm very concerned about the northern part. I mean, you seem to be addressing the high school and the southern part and the neighborhoods down there, but you don't seem to be taking into consideration the northern part and access to that very, very busy street. Thank you for your time. I think you guys are special for what you do and how much patience you have. So you're much appreciated.
Thank you. So first off, great first name. Second, that some of the concerns that have been expressed, I think it's fair to say that this council would not take an action that would be not dealing with safety directly. There was a lot of efforts and energy made by the town to have the traffic study done. The proposal is not a guarantee, but the proposal is a joint cost sharing, which of course benefits the taxpayers, including not only the residents in that vicinity, but everyone. It's a joint cost sharing to improve Naomi. So there is 100% agreement that Naomi in that vicinity needs to be adjusted. That's what these dollars are. These dollars are not to cost share a curb cut. It is to improve Naomi. And lots of references were made about how wide it is. Agreed. That's why that if the curb cut, and I say if, is approved by the planning board, if it is, then this cost sharing would be borne by both taxpayer and the applicant, with a benefit to the taxpayer that we would pay it all by ourselves with the town if we were doing it. And if the curb cut goes there, I think there was some real clearly shared concerns talking about the trucks going down there. No one wants that. And even if there isn't a curb cut, there's no guarantee that a truck wouldn't go down there. There was a great point made by Nathan, I think, that talked about what if the truck goes down, they make a mistake. Absolutely great point. But that can happen regardless if there's a curb cut there or not. So I think it's fair to point out that a curb cut is not a guarantee. I think we've been really clear there. Purchase and sales doesn't guarantee it. And this council would not make action or take action that would negatively affect the neighborhood. In fact, we're hoping that at the end of this, that this cost sharing improves the area, makes it safer for not only the residents that are closely related, closely around it, but everybody who uses it. The other part I'll tell you is that some points that were made in the past that the amount of traffic that's going to go in there isn't going to increase with a widening of Naomi or a curb cut. The trucks are still going to go there regardless. One of the benefits was it was a cleaner looking, that's kind of a side note, more primarily was a safer setup with the trucks going behind the buildings as opposed to cutting through what would be a multitude of islands. So there was a lot of thought to it, but that doesn't mean that it's a guarantee. And the opportunity will be there for all to talk with the planning board and then ultimately back in front of this council. So I would ask if my colleagues have any other comment or concern before we take a next step on a vote. No. Okay. So the motion, Mike, would you just reiterate the motion, please? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. We cover everything.
The motion is to approve the purchase and sales agreement with the amendment that paragraph 6D5 now include a clause that specifically states that large trucks may not turn right when exiting the property.
Thank you. That is the motion.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought we were changing the may to a shall.
Shall. I'm sorry. Did I just say may? Shall. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane.
I know the motion was a shall. I'm sorry about that. Shall not turn right.
That is the motion, or that is the proposed motion. What's this council's pleasure? Is there any pleasure of this council?
Didn't we have a motion on the floor, Nathan? Tony?
Did we? I am so sorry. Yes, we did. Yeah. We had a motion and a second for discussion. My apologies. We had a lot of discussion on it. Okay, so Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye. Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for all the helpful discussion, too. Haven't been this late in a long time, have we? So
we have. Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, the next item is item I2. You have the correspondence from Anthony Moratini, the chairman of the Conservation Commission, regarding the plastic bag sunset provision. Also provided is the pertinent part of the town code.
Perfect. So this is to remove the sunset clause and keep the plastic bag ban moving forward. What's this council's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just want to state a few things. Just in 2018, Bristol joined our neighborhoods communities to include Newport, Middletown, Jamestown, Barrington, and Block Island, and 60 other towns in Massachusetts, the entire state and countries that turned the tide on plastic. In Bristol, we saw plastic bags littering our land and water and using up our tax dollars to dispose of these plastic bags. Ultimately, these plastic bags, we know, are a public health issue due to the fish consuming the plastic. So I asked Mr. Chairman and my colleagues to make a motion to remove the sunset clause from the ordinance.
So I think it would be, if I'm correct, Mr. Solicitor, that we refer to you to update the ordinance, correct?
Yes, correct. I will draft the ordinance to remove it, yes.
So I'm going to take that as your motion, Tim. Is that fair?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, this is Aaron Lay. So move, or the second, sorry.
Discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary? I heard an aye. Okay.
Aye, yes.
Thank you. Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is from the Director of Community Development, and this is an update on the Bristol Bicycle Connector.
Diane.
Hello again. Thank you.
I feel like brevity is in our future. What do you think?
I think so too. I'm going to do a 30-second commercial, and I think Chris may add to the chat box our our website. I just want to let everybody know that we had a great public workshop in August. It was our first workshop. We had received some feedback that folks thought the schedule was a little too compressed, and they suggested that we extend the public engagement period. So we reached out to DEM, who is funding this project. They were somewhat driving the schedule because of the grant deadline. They had no problem extending that, and they agreed that we should continue the public engagement period. So that is what we are doing. We're in full listening mode. We have public comment period will be accepted to November 10th. And there are several ways to do that. And they're all indicated on the project website. You can take a survey. You can look at the GIS maps and make comments on each of the segments. You can email the consultant team. And we are working to broaden our outreach. So please share this with everyone that we're still taking comments. We want feedback. We had a booth at the State Street Fair. We're going to be putting up posters. We have links from the newspaper website, links from the town website, and we've gotten a lot of hits on the website. Almost 1,000 people have logged on and looked at the maps and responded to the surveys and so forth. So I think we want to just continue that momentum and get as much feedback as we can. And the next public workshop is October 22nd, which will be virtual, and the protocol for that will also be on the website. And that's all I have. It's just a little update for you on the extended public engagement.
I'm glad that it was extended. I know that it gives people the opportunity to weigh in or weigh in again. So, and as the project continues to kind of find some clarity or specific goal in mind and a trail in mind or 3 trails, it's a great way for the people of Bristol to weigh in on this. So it's a receive and file unless there's a comment from Michael.
Mr. Chairman, Tony, well, I'll make a motion to receive and file, however, with a short comment, may I?
Sure, please hold one moment. Is there a second?
Second.
So there's a motion made by Tony, seconded by Tim. Go ahead, Tony.
No, just briefly, and Diane mentioned the State Street Fair. Certainly, there was a very good opportunity for people to engage, and I did see quite a few people, getting clarifying questions. So thank you for thinking of that.
Great point.
It was very successful. Yes, thank you.
I think it was on the front of the Phoenix, if my memory is right.
It was, and yeah, it was a well done fair.
Nice.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they had success.
Yeah, it was good.
Any other comments? All right, so it's a motion and second to receive and file. Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Diane.
Next item, Mr. Chairman and members of the Town Council, is item I-4 from the Administrator regarding his appointment of Town Treasurer for Council consideration and ratification.
So it's my understanding, in speaking with the Administrator, and certainly he'll weigh in a second here, that not the whole process was not completed as hoped for, so we're looking for a continuance. Is that correct?
That's correct. The pre-employment process is not complete, so I'm asking for continuance.
So to our next meeting, Mr. Administrator, sound reasonable? You're tough to hear. I'm sorry, sir.
Yes.
Excellent.
Next meeting.
Next meeting. Lou, when is our next meeting, just for the record?
It is October 21.
Perfect. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Barney, second.
Motion made by Tim, seconded by Tony to continue this to our next meeting. Any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary? Mary said aye. Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, the next item, Mr. Chairman, members of the Town Council, is the bids and expenditure section of the agenda, beginning with bid number 931. This is for the Town Common Basketball Court reconstruction. We have 5 proposals. The first is from Cardi Corporation of Warwick in the amount of $65,996. The second from Narragansett Improvement Company of Providence in the amount of $53,233. The third is from Beausoleil Brothers Incorporated of Cranston in the amount of $50,500. The fourth from East Coast Construction of Portsmouth in the amount of $82,825. And the final is from Hinding Tennis LLC of West Haven, Connecticut in the amount of $69,685.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we refer to the town administrator to act in the best interest of the town.
Tony, second.
Motion made by Tim, seconded by Tony to refer to the administrator. Is there any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Chairman, is, and members of the council, is item J2, and this is bid number 943 for the Department of Public Works vehicle lift replacement. The department has asked for continuance of this matter until October 14th, and bidders have been already instructed that they would submit their bids on that date rather than today.
Lou, do you need a motion to continue this?
It's probably a good idea since it is an agenda item.
Council?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we continue to the October 21st meeting. Is that right?
Yes, it would be the October 21st meeting. It will be opened earlier.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Tony, second.
Motion made by Tim, seconded by Tony to continue this item to October 21st. Any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Also vote aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
The next item is item J3, and this is bid number 944 for the inspection, testing, maintenance, and repairs for the fire alarm system. There were no bids received. Excuse me, that was for, I just sort of cut that off by mistake. The next one is the fire alarm system. This is for the sprinkler systems, excuse me. No bids received for 944.
What's appropriate action here, Lou?
Typically, the town is, the council gives permission for the administrator to go out onto the open market or otherwise in the best interest of the town.
Thank you. Council?
Make a motion to refer to the town administrator to go to the open market to act in the best interest of the town.
Second.
There's a
Tony.
motion made by Tim, seconded by Tony. Any discussion? Tim?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Also vote aye. Motion carries.
And the final bid is 945. This is for the inspection, testing, maintenance, and repairs for fire alarm systems. We have 4 proposals. The first is from Home and Commercial Security of Rehoboth, Massachusetts. And this is a 2-part bid. It's $5,500 for 4 quarterly inspections, $1,500 for 2 semi-annual inspections. The second is from ADT Commercial of Taunton, Massachusetts, in the amount of $47,432 for 4 quarterly inspections and $5,794 for 2 semi-annual inspections. The third is from Aladdin Electric of Johnston in the amount of $18,940 for 4 quarterly inspections and $1,790 for 2 semi-annual inspections. And the final is from Encore Fire Protection of Pawtucket in the amount of $6,290 for the 4 quarterly inspections and $1,147 for the 2 semi-annual inspections.
I'd like to make a motion to refer to the town administrator to act in the best interest of the town.
Tony, second.
Tim made the motion. Tony seconded to refer to the administrator. Any discussion? Mary? Oh,
Aye.
Tim? Sorry, I was looking at the top. Sorry about that.
Aye. Gotcha.
Mary?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Also vote aye. Motion carries.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
That's it. We moved that last agenda item forward earlier. So we need a motion to adjourn. Before you do that, thank you all for all of us working together and the patience and obviously a lot of discussion this evening. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Back at you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wonderful.
No
Good night,
discussion. No discussion about that.
No, absolutely no discussion. Executive decision. Bye. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Good night.